Welcome back. It's a Monday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
So, anything interesting happen over the weekend?
Same old, Patrick.
Could more stuff
I know.
have happened over the weekend?
A lot of news.
A lot of stuff.
So obviously we're going to get into the biggest story of the weekend in just a little while here in the show. We'll touch on that in just a second. But, we do have to give ourselves time to warm up here, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, you can't just jump right into radio stories. You're going to pull a muscle.
Yeah.
And we start this morning with something Kimmy saw walking in that if Tommy were to see, he would have been
Warming up all the old guys out there.
Don't rub your hands together and say warming up all the old guys out there.
What happened?
Our live stream just peaked to the highest it's ever been.
What? Oh, so I was coming. I didn't know you wanted me to dive right into it.
Your story?
Ma'am, lady.
So I'm driving in this morning,
Yeah.
and we work right next to those train tracks that go over that bridge, and I'm like looking, and I'm like, that doesn't look like. Because I'm at a distance, I'm like, that doesn't look like a normal train. Like, normally you see, like, the box cars one after the other.
And some swear words.
And I get closer, and I realize it is an entire train just hauling military vehicles. So, like, freaking, like those Jeep-looking things, the tanks, like, all that stuff.
You saw a tank?
There were, like, some little tank-looking things. I don't know what they're called.
Tommy tanks? Little tanks?
Love tanks.
But I'm like, this is old man crack. This is 5 a.m. old man crack going by, and it's completely being missed because nobody knows it's happening.
Maybe
right
they
now.
have to do it that early so
Maybe.
every old man doesn't run outside and
You
look
could
at the
be
train
right.
and clog
You could
up
be
traffic.
right.
It's like an old man threesome, a wholesome threesome. I'll get me, a train, and military vehicles.
Yes.
But I'm thinking, like, all those guys that go set up those pop-up chairs to look at trains, like, this has to be, like, their Super Bowl.
Because you never see that.
Yeah.
Like military vehicles.
No.
Military train?
Right.
Military train. Would you stop what you were doing to watch Military Train?
Oh, yeah. Like, if there was a tank outside, I'd have to go look at it.
Okay.
Well, there are a few. They were going by fast, though. You had to look quick.
If I gave you a time that Military Train was going to be going by, and let's say it was a mile from your house. Today,
I live very close to the train. I am a train guy.
Well, you've also made fun of guys that set up folding chairs
Well,
to
I'm not
watch
setting up a
trains.
folding chair like every day.
But
no.
you'd stop to look.
Oh, yeah.
All right,
Okay.
So let's
Yeah.
say today at 4:25, I tell you that Military Train with the tanks and everything is going to roll by. There's a 10-minute window, so you would have to get there and put a chair out to make sure you saw it. Would you do that?
Yes. Yeah.
Why?
I would have to.
Why?
I like looking at machinery.
But you don't know how to operate any of that machinery.
No, I don't have to appreciate. I appreciate machinery. I'll go look at boats. I'll look at weird cars.
Okay.
I've taken pictures of both.
You take pictures in front of those things.
Yeah.
Speaking of weird cars, quick sidebar. I saw 4 Cybertrucks this weekend.
Oh yeah, they're. Is it the same one you're saying?
No, it's
I
not the
haven't-
same one.
Well,
I'm
because
saying.
there's one in Pittsburgh I see
Is
all
there?
over the place.
I haven't seen one of those
It's
in
that
person
weird
yet.
shaped one, right?
Yeah.
It's silver.
Yeah, the truck. Well,
Yeah.
so there was 2 of them. And the reason I know they're different, one of them had like a design on the side. One of them didn't. One of them was a light silver, and one of them was a dark
So
silver.
that's a Tesla.
Yeah, the Tesla
Yeah.
Cybertruck.
Is that the one they said was bulletproof or something? But then the window broke.
It's also
got
like
it.
cutting off people's fingers.
That's the thing, and also if you get in an accident, it'll shatter all your bones because it does an accordion like a normal car. But when it comes to like weird vehicles, I could not believe in a matter of 2 days driving to Fairport and back for my daughter's hockey camp all weekend. 4 of them. 4.
Like I'll look at a historical cool cars.
But you're not going to look at something like a Cybertruck.
No, I saw the Cybertruck.
Oh, okay. No,
Yeah.
calm down.
I
I'm not
saw. I
saying you
saw.
didn't see the
I think I
Cybertruck.
saw it first.
Check that off his bucket list.
Yeah.
All right, let me ask this question. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With Kimmy's witnessing of the military train this morning carrying all the tanks that Tommy's very upset he missed. If we were going to do a power ranking 1, 2, 3, where does this come down in old man love? Trains, boats, military stuff. 1, 2, 3, what is your Alabama of trains, boats,
So it's
military
trains, military stuff. What was the
stuff? Boats.
I think I go boat first.
Boat is what?
wow.
What an
But-
upset.
But hold on.
Boise State.
Top boat, military boat.
Wait, that doesn't make sense.
Navy boat.
No, okay,
Like if you
but
told me there
you
was an
can't-
aircraft
hold on.
carrier
Okay.
or a battleship,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that was like, that's number one.
Okay,
with
no,
me.
but that you can't. You're
All
doing
right,
this.
all
You
right,
go, I was
Combo.
going to say.
I still take. I think I always look at boats first.
So post number 1 for you.
Yeah, military. What was the third one? Train. Just
Train.
straight up train.
Train's 3. So
Yeah.
boat. So you're going boat,
Military.
military, and then train.
Right.
So you don't love your country.
I do.
You love.
I do.
You love cocaine-moving boats more than you love America.
But I put boat before country.
I would think number one's got to be military vehicles, just because based on where you live, you probably don't see them every day.
True.
I don't know.
So it's kind of a unique thing to see every now and then. You know what I mean? Like anybody would stop and be like, "What's that doing here?"
I think more people see military vehicles on a regular basis than you believe.
You think?
Well, there's a lot of places. There's a lot of like depots and bases that you're not really like conscious of. Like for example, I live in Henrietta. I see military vehicles all the time because they're not only is the National Guard in Henrietta. There's stuff at the airport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
But I guess
drive
if you
by
don't
a
live
Huey
near
helicopter
there.
every day when I'm getting on 390.
Pretty
I'm sorry,
cool.
Kimmy. I didn't mean to cut you
Yeah,
off.
helicopters right up there too.
Okay, calm down.
Well,
Blimps.
whenever you hear one, you go outside and look for it.
I don't even do that anymore.
You don't?
I get
I
so
don't
many
know. I
helicopters
wanna
that
know
fly
what
over
it's
my
doing.
house.
I always have to look. Anytime there's I hear a helicopter,
Yeah.
I have to look.
Especially like if it's at night. Have you ever seen the ones at night with the light? If they're looking for something,
Yeah, like a searchlight. Yeah.
you gotta go look at that.
Some escaped convict.
All right, I think that there is a way to judge because I think your power rankings is way off. I don't think boats come in number one for anybody else. I would say I
Big
would guess,
boat, those tall ships when they come into town.
like you're talking about the old pirate ships.
Yeah.
But you never go.
Oh, those big clipper ships that come in.
But you never go to see those.
I'm also lazy.
So you went boats, military stuff,
train.
trains. Okay.
What
so,
about planes? Is that in there?
Oh, planes are high up there.
Should we add planes into that mix?
okay, so we're gonna add a fourth one.
I mean, you
Well,
kind
you
of
just had the
Yeah.
jet fighters here over the weekend.
I was gonna bring that
The
up.
air show?
The Genesio Air Show
Right.
was here in town. The Whiskey 7, buddy.
Yeah,
Fuddy duddy.
very cool.
Which one gets the most old guy attendance? Is it the boat show? Is it the train museum? Is it the air show? Because I guess you can combine military and flight
Yeah.
with the air show because
True.
you get both of them.
True.
Like, what are you more likely to buy a ticket to? Boat show, train museum, or air show?
Well, air show is going to be the most entertaining.
Well, which one are you buying a ticket to?
I think air show
So that means planes is number one for you,
could be.
or is that military?
Well, if the tank's just sitting there, it's only going to do so much for you, right? But the planes are doing cool stuff.
What if you
Like
get
if
in the tank? What if they let you in the tank?
Or if they
Look
started
around.
shooting up like old buildings or something.
When has that ever happened?
That would be cool, though. Like we have a lot of old buildings and we don't even do nothing.
Do you want to shoot tank mortar fire at them?
It is safe,
How would you?
and I could sit back and watch.
Okay. How would you safely shoot tank ammunition at a building in the
Random
middle
building.
of the city?
Yeah.
Well, you clear out everybody.
Clear out the rest of the buildings that
Yeah.
could also be
Well,
hit by
then
shrapnel.
they're falling down anyway. You don't take care of them. Let's have some fun.
All right, so you're telling me that you would, if the tank moved, you would see tank over air show,
Oh yeah,
even with the Italian Air Force coming in.
the Italian Air Force.
So with the, is it this coming weekend? Kimmy, could you Google what the name of them is? Because there's a special name. The Rochester International Air Show. We talked about this. The Italian fighter jet team is coming in, do performances.
Oh.
They do like the tricolor smoke and everything.
Oh, the Italian colors.
Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
You should know. Not only do we talk about this, you are Italian and you love military planes.
Yeah, I do.
So
know.
how did you didn't know? Nothing?
I never think of the Italian military.
Why?
Apparently, a lot of people don't.
Yeah,
They don't have a great record since the Roman Empire.
Good point. Well, yeah, you have the Roman Empire. What do we got?
All right, I'm going to try to pronounce this.
Okay, here we go.
It's like the Fresche Tricolori.
Frisci Schreiber.
I don't know.
Sound like the Pope right now. All those planes are blessed.
Yeah, that's the Italian National Jet Team.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's the Air Force. I may have misspoke, but it's like the Blue Angels, I think,
Yeah.
for Italy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's pretty cool. No?
Yeah. I mean, a jet's a jet. I'll take it.
Wow. This is your culture.
They're the world's largest acrobatic team.
They don't mean like most planes. I mean the fattest. They just keep eating pasta. I don't know what happened. It's weird. Wait, we don't have the largest? The Italians
I guess
do?
not.
How many planes do they have?
Well, I guess for like shows.
Yeah.
That's what yes, I got it.
I mean, we gotta use ours for other stuff.
No, well, but-
like not dicking around. Like we have to have all of our planes to protect their planes. That's kind of how NATO works.
Yeah, but I love how you say it like there's like a firm budget that they can't go over. Like if they needed more planes to do shows, they'd be like, okay, here's a check. Like I would think like that wouldn't stand with whoever like runs the acrobatic plane teams in America. You're gonna let the Italians beat you? How many people do they have in their acrobatic flight thing? Come on, give me some more information on that. 252 WCMF. This all started with Kimmy seeing a train this morning carrying military vehicles, which he said might be the ultimate old man crack situation. Tommy, in his power ranking of old man stuff, says military stuff is one. Or no, I'm sorry, boats is one.
Right.
Then comes military stuff. Then comes planes. Then comes trains.
Yeah.
Or does planes go above
Like
military?
anything, like planes, helicopters, blimps. I put that all in one group.
That's all one thing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Kimmy, how many?
Aeronautical, rocketry.
Rocket? Wait, no, you can't count rockets
Well, like,
and
like the
planes.
Apollo
No,
mission.
That's going to the moon's different than flying a fighter jet.
It's still going up.
No, it's a big difference.
The team is compromised.
Comprised?
Mostly Tony's.
Thank you. Comprised.
Tony,
10 aircrafts.
The Flying Angelos.
The flying
So it says 10. It says 10 aircrafts, but that doesn't seem like that many.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's
Yeah.
six. What?
Unless,
6, 7
like, I'm
Blue
missing
Angels?
something
You can just
here.
And
add-
all the pilots live with their mother.
You know how hard it is to land it playing a mandolin. Wait, all we need to do is get a team with 11
I feel
fighter
like I'm
jets and
missing
we
something
win.
here because
And
10
you
does
know-
not seem like that many.
They're all good looking, too.
Well, every fighter,
Every Italian fighter pilot has to be good looking. No, they have to be.
I don't think it's just Italian. I think every fighter pilot has to be good looking.
They seem to be good looking.
Have you ever seen a not good looking
No.
fighter pilot?
It's just how it works. Hey, you're not going to see, like, you and me in a plane.
Well, yeah. Well, you no.
I mean, you're the right size for it.
Oh, I am. I ain't got the face. No face.
You know, I'm going to ask a sincere question. Do you think that the Air Force and the Navy, and I don't know if Space Force does planes, do you think that they go based on how these people look too? Because you are like going to be a
You're the
front-facing.
yeah, I mean, they market you, right?
I mean,
Although I've never actually seen the pilots.
of
Have
the
you?
Blue Angels, they do interviews all the
Oh,
time.
yeah, they come around.
No, but I mean, but that wouldn't, I guess, stop somebody from going to see them.
You're talking about like other. Well, it might.
Would it? I mean, I don't know.
I think
you're
it
more
would help.
you're more
It would-
concerned about the planes,
It
I
would
guess, than
help if they're good looking.
Yeah.
I guess now that I'm thinking about it, I've never really seen like a naval or an Air Force pilot interviewed on television that's like working, that's like in the service at the moment.
True.
There could be a bunch of trolls.
But I mean, you got to be in shape. You got to be smart.
Sure, but you.
I mean, you have to be the total package.
I understand that you have to be smart and in shape, but you can still have a busted grill and be smart and in shape.
I don't know, bro. That grill seems to count. Oh, those guys in a poster always look good.
We have a dynamite. Tommy's fantasizing now about Air Force pilots. Got a breaker for you this morning here on CMF. So, with all that being said, I think it's safe to say that the biggest story of the weekend happened in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Right? And we were millimeters away from the world being a very different place over the last couple of days. And with that in mind and everything that has been covered internationally, nationally, locally, all over the weekend, I think there's one discussion left to have.
What's that?
Does the world ever get less scary?
Oh.
Because it does seem, no matter when you are alive in the history of America, that you're living in the scariest time ever. Yet, as time moves forward, it keeps getting scarier. So I think it's time we have this discussion.
Yeah.
Because, like, there's a lot of things that go into this, right? We all have, what do they call it? Main character syndrome, where we worry only about the things that matter to us and our family, right? Yeah. And we also now have more access to media than we ever had back in the day, right? I mean, you can make the argument it was way more dangerous in certain things back in the day than it is now. However, if you look around and take the temperature of the country right now, not exactly cool.
Yeah.
Fair statement? So we'll get into all of that just after 7 o'clock here in the break room and a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
What's going on?
There are two people who passed away over the weekend that were kind of overlooked based on the bigger news.
Yeah.
And they say death comes in 3. It did happen. But there's two people that I think were the most similar that I want to talk about. And which one you believe had more of an impact on American life? Because both of these people, as silly as they were, changed the country.
They were
Very unique.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. They say death comes in threes.
Yep.
And that definitely happened for 3 80s and 90s icons over the weekend. But I think 2 of them are almost exactly the same in what they accomplished, how outrageous they were, and the legitimate effect they had on people's lives.
Very unique characters.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45 this morning. New rule.
Okay.
If you're going to tell us that someone was arrested for shoplifting, and you're going to tell us how much money they allegedly shoplifted in product out of the store, you now have to tell us what those products were.
Oh.
And we'll get into why.
Like an itemized list?
Yes, I need an itemized list. I do. And we'll get into why and what went down over the weekend just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So you had 3 major 80s and 90s celebrities pass away over the weekend. Actress Shannon Doherty passed away. TV, radio, and author personality Dr. Ruth passed away, sex expert. And fitness extraordinaire, same thing, TV personality, author Richard Simmons passed away. Now, with all due respect to Shannon Doherty, I think she's different than Dr. Ruth and Richard Simmons, right? Both of those 2 I want to talk about. They were 80s icons. They were all over your television and all the time. I will ask you this question. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Between Richard Simmons and Dr. Ruth, which one made more of an impact on the country?
Probably Richard Simmons.
Why do you say that?
Because he was out there more. Yeah, because she started out in radio.
Okay.
Like late night, evening radio.
And nobody listens to radio, so.
Yeah, it's dying.
That's why you still have a job.
But, I would probably say for me it would be Richard Simmons.
So you're saying he has more of an impact?
Yeah. I mean, he put out, everybody saw those videos.
Yeah.
Everybody's mom pushed the coffee table aside, popped those things, started sweating or whatever. Like, I mean, he had that much of an impact on ladies' fitness.
And even if you didn't watch him, he was hard to avoid.
He was
right?
such a character.
He was such a character that, he was made fun of. You know what I mean? Like, he was just so out there, to your point. It was almost impossible to not know who he was.
Okay, now I don't. Go ahead.
So he came on Weeze's show live. He was in here doing some event. And he literally, and it's hard to do on that show, he took over that show for the day. And he never shut up. But he was really, really funny. He was a really good he was a really good entertainer.
Sure.
And so was Dr. Ruth.
I got it. Look, no, I get what you're saying. I mean, even further with Richard Simmons, like, he took the shame out of normal people working out, right? Like, before him, everyone you saw on workout tapes or trainers, they were all in phenomenal shape. And he changed that. Like, he wasn't, like, super in shape. Or, I mean, he was, but he didn't look like
But
jacked.
he was a guy he was a fat kid that, changed his life.
Yep. But to make an argument for Dr. Ruth, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you're forgetting how prude everybody was and how little people talked about sex until, like, this little old lady.
It was your grandmother talking about sex.
Yes. Yeah. But, I mean, she was smart, and she had a great sense of humor about it, and she was able to translate that stuff into easily digestible bits.
Yeah. I mean, her backstory was phenomenal.
Trained sniper.
Yeah, for the Israelis,
Yep.
And I mean, she was part of the, she escaped Nazi Germany.
Yep.
I mean, the whole story is amazing. I mean, she is like the American story. She came here and she had a unique talent, and she made something of herself.
Absolutely. But it's funny, man, like, with these 2 people side by side, Richard Simmons and Dr. Ruth, right? Based on when they did their things and what they did and how they presented themselves, it's almost the exact same story. They took this thing that nobody really wanted to confront, and they made it their own, and then not only did they become massively popular and super rich in doing it, they made life easier for a hell of a lot of people.
Yeah.
Span generations, too.
Yeah. I mean, hell, you know about them. Kimmy.
Yeah.
I mean, they did their biggest work in the 70s and 80s, and you know about both of these people.
Yeah, I feel like and Dr. Ruth being an older person, when I knew who Dr. Ruth was, like, didn't she have, like, a show on MTV or something?
I mean, she was a guest on.
Yeah, like, she put herself out there. You know what I mean?
I thought she had an actual talk show at some point on TV.
Can we Google that and see?
I could be wrong, but I thought she had some kind of segment or something.
But I remember she started out, like, on AM evening radio. And I remember guys talking about it, man. You got to hear this crazy old lady talking about everything.
And boy, did she.
Yeah, and she did. I mean, she talked about some pretty disgusting stuff.
She's had a lot of TV shows throughout the years.
So she couldn't keep a TV show. You don't have to say mean things that she just
like,
died.
And she's been on things. Yeah, like, I mean.
Yeah, she has.
It's just a long list.
And I don't even know, like, if she's even qualified to talk about what she talked about. You know what I mean?
I mean, she did have. She studied psychology in Paris after being injured in the War of Independence.
All right.
So I had the information in front of me. But no, you're right. Like, it just sounded like
it was entertaining.
Yes, it was good. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Richard Simmons, Dr. Ruth, both passed away over the weekend. Very similar in a strange way. Mm-hmm. Who had more of an impact on American life? Jeremy's on CMF. Hey, Jeremy. How are you, buddy?
You know, it's really hard to minimize Dr. Ruth's impact on a lot of people because I think that people were doing what they were doing in their bedrooms, and Dr. Ruth made it okay to talk about. And when people were having trouble, Dr. Ruth made it okay to talk about those things where you wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable even going to your doctor at that time. All that being said, nobody has asked in the last 10 years, is Dr. Ruth still alive?
Oh, good call.
The amount of people that I run into just at work, and I work at a weird place, who may ask once a year, hey, is Richard Simmons still alive? I mean, this guy had an impact on absolutely everyone. You remember when he went to help Walter Hudson, the then heaviest man on the planet at that
time?
Had
to forklift him out of his house.
1,000 pounds.
And didn't he lose like 500 pounds thanks to Richard Simmons? Or was that the woman? Because he also went and helped the heaviest woman on the planet.
He lost a ton of weight, that's for sure. I don't know. It's really hard to minimize both their impacts, but I think that Richard Simmons takes it on this one.
Okay, so Dr. Ruth means nothing to you is what you're telling us. I got you. All right.
Yeah, you're really good at listening to a conversation, stupid. One more thing.
Yeah. There goes Jeremy.
I mean, what was weird, though, about Richard Simmons is he just kind of went away one day. And I don't know if he was top of mind after that for a lot of people.
He actually, he was. And
well, then, yes.
Okay, so when Kimmy says he went away, again, talking about Richard Simmons, Dr. Ruth, both passing away over the weekend, and which one had more of an impact on American culture? There were, the last 5 or 10 years, there was a belief that Richard Simmons was being held against his will.
Conspiracy theories,
yes,
right?
by a housekeeper or a friend of his in his home. Mm-hmm. And there was an entire podcast documentary series. What was it called? Where's Richard Simmons or Finding Richard Simmons? It was one of the most popular podcasts And he had to put out a statement every couple of years saying, I am not being held against my will. I am living the life that I choose to live.
Stop bothering me.
But then all these conspiracy theories started, like he got fat again and he didn't want people to see him.
Which is all possibility, right?
Or he had some awful degenerative disease and he didn't want people to see him that way. But yeah, nobody really figured out. Maybe we'll find out now that he's passed away what happened to Richard Simmons the last couple of years. I mean, did he make that much money where he didn't have to go outside?
Oh, he has got to be wildly rich. I mean, all those videos he sold back then.
And the books.
The books, all the appearances. And don't forget, he got paid to come to town to he would do these live, get 100 women in a room, workout things.
When you say it like that, it sounds really creepy.
It does.
You're welcome. Well, talk to Dr. Ruth about it.
Well, okay. So past the individuals, right? Dr. Ruth versus Richard Simmons. Because, one is your health and your weight and the other is your sexual health.
Yeah.
Which thing is harder to talk about today? Have an open and frank discussion. Is it harder to have an open and frank discussion about somebody's weight? Or is it harder to have an open and frank discussion about someone's sexuality?
It's probably still sex.
You think so?
Yeah. Especially for my generation, for sure.
I don't know, man. Kimmy, thoughts?
Yeah, because even if you're okay, listening to somebody talk about it, it doesn't mean you yourself are comfortable talking about it.
Are we talking about sex or bodies? Okay.
You know what I mean?
Especially men.
I still think that there is, even with the most open person, they still may have a tough time talking about their sex life.
Okay, let me throw this out at you. Let's say I come to you, Tommy, and I go, "Listen, man, I'm having troubles in the bedroom."
Go ahead.
See, sorry, the conversation's already over.
I'm having troubles in the bedroom, and this is the issue. And I don't know, have you ever heard anything? You would have no problem looking at me and saying, "Well, maybe this is what you try, or this, that, X, Y, Z." Right? You would have no problem offering me a solution.
Okay.
If I came to you, 300-pound me, and I go, "Listen, man, I hate myself. I'm overweight. I don't like it. I don't know what I'm supposed to do." Yeah. Would you feel comfortable telling me what I should do with my body?
I think so.
You think so?
I mean, you and I, yes.
You look at me and tell me I'm fat?
I used to call you fat all the time.
Yeah, but like in a real way, not in like a fun, jokey joke way.
Oh, I guess no, I don't think I do.
That's what I mean. Like for you to look at me like,
Yeah.
what you got to do? You're eating too much and you're being gross and you got to lose weight. And I think it would be easier to have the sexual conversation than it is to look at someone's face and say you're fat and you're fat for your own fat
But
reasons.
how many people, when they go on a diet, want to talk about their diet or like
Everybody that's ever been on a diet wants to talk about their diet.
That's my point, though.
Oh, I
They're
see.
more
Okay.
open
Sorry.
to talking about it. And if they're working out.
Shut up, Kimmy. I'm on your side.
Yeah, I mean,
But I think people, like, when they start something new that has to do with their health, they want to talk about it. I don't know, you know.
because your sex stuff you could hide, your weight you can't.
True.
You know what I mean? Like, so that's kind of like you're wearing your sins where
Man.
you can't. If you got a problem with your Johnson, you may not be comfortable talking about.
Okay, I get
it. That's like taking away your manhood,
I understand where you're coming from.
especially for men. I think women are different.
It just feels like in today's society, and that makes me sound smart when I say that, we're moving towards more of a frank discussion, having the ability to have frank discussions about sex.
I mean, we probably are.
Whereas the discussions about health and weight and all of those things being linked together is more of a landmine.
Yeah. I mean, I always think like your generation and especially like your kids, they're going to be way open about all this stuff. It's going to be. It's not going to have the stigma that my generation put on everything.
I don't know, man. I mean, you never know where history goes. You know, you start going in one direction, and then there's a major change, and then all of a sudden it goes in the other direction. If there's one thing we've learned from American history, which we will be getting into later in the context of what happened
Yeah,
over
it
the
never
weekend.
repeats itself.
No, it's
I mean, we march forward in this country.
All right, let's take a break. Just after we're coming up, just after 7 o'clock, we will get into what happened over the weekend at the Trump rally and how it all affects us. But past that,
Yeah.
does it ever stop getting scarier? And I want you to think about that question for the next couple minutes while we have this next discussion, because there is a man who is in a lot of trouble after what happened on the east side.
Uh-oh.
And I have a new proposition. If you are going to tell us that someone was arrested for shoplifting, and if you are going to tell us how much they took in product,
Yeah.
it needs to be a law that you itemize what they took.
Okay.
And we'll tell you why next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Another day, another few shoplifting stories in the greater Rochester area. Most folks don't even take time to read them anymore.
Yeah.
But this one is a little different, only because the amount this man allegedly took. And I would like to make a new proposition.
Right.
If you are going to print the story, the total that he took, allegedly in the news, in cash,
Yeah.
you need to also print this.
Okay. I need a receipt.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. First off, Rycor Heating and Cooling has the coolest tickets to the hottest concerts this summer. RycorHVAC.com. You can log on to the contest page at WCMF.com right now. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Chicago.
Ooh, Chicago.
They're coming to CMAC on July 25th. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Just after 7 o'clock, there is not a person alive that doesn't know what happened in Pennsylvania with the former president, current presidential candidate Donald Trump over the weekend. And look, we're not going to add anything in regards to the actual incident that it's going to make people go like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
We have no news to break. We're not political scientists. However, we do have feelings.
Yeah.
We're human beings.
Yeah.
And that was pretty scary.
Yes.
And if things had gone different, the world could be very scary now. And it seems like, Tommy, the last couple of years, and this is just my personal opinion, lots of things are getting very scary. And does it ever stop getting scarier? And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. A 27-year-old man has been arrested in Victor after quite the alleged shoplifting haul.
What did he snag?
Police say the 27-year-old suspect walked into the Dick's House of Sport in Eastview Mall.
Oh, the big house.
That's right. And walked out with $3,300 worth of merchandise.
Damn, walked out.
Walked out. They say he passed all points of sale with $3,300, Yolanda Vega, worth of merchandise.
It's a lot of stuff.
Yes, it is. Now, that was a major mistake. Well, one, because it's illegal to steal. But more importantly, as we've learned on this show, I think everybody that listens to the break room is now a qualified paralegal. If you steal things worth over $1,000, in New York State, it becomes grand larceny, which carries a much stiffer punishment. But here's what sucks about this story. When we see he allegedly took over $3,000, and you click on the story to see what he may have gotten, you never find out.
Yeah.
News 8 is lacking that information.
Come on, News 8.
I'd like to propose a new state law.
What's that?
If you're going to print what was stolen in a news story, you have to put down what they allegedly took.
Yeah, because it's like I'm trying to figure out what's $3,000 that I can walk out with.
Thank you.
Because there are no carts in there.
Thank you.
It's not like
well, no,
you
there's
can.
carts in the Dick's House of
Like
Sport.
I don't know
Is
how
there?
much.
I think so.
I've never seen one.
Are there carts in the Dick's House of Sport?
Oh, there's probably
252
because you're
WCMF?
shopping.
That's what I'm like.
Have you ever seen one in there?
I haven't really looked for a cart in the Dick's House of Sport.
I don't think there are carts.
There have to be carts.
Yeah, especially
Where
if
do
you're
they
shopping
keep
with
them?
kids and you're grabbing stuff.
Have you ever seen carts in the mall?
There's carts in the Dick's at Marketplace. I know that because I've used them before.
I'm trying to think, though, when you walk in, there aren't any carts there.
I'm almost positive there are carts. Will you Google, are there carts at Dick's?
Because
Actually,
how expensive is
goods.
sporting equipment now?
Oh, it can be very expensive.
Like like a good set of golf clubs. Can a set of golf clubs go for $3,000?
Oh, yeah, I guess $3,000 for a set of golf clubs. I didn't think about golf clubs.
But I always figure that stuff's like locked up. Like, can I see it? Like they're not just laid out bags of golf clubs.
Exactly, and that's what we're trying. That's why we need this.
Oh, I guess you could fill a bag. Like you could fill a duffel
clubs.
bag.
Or okay,
Of
they
stuff.
got carts. I'm telling you, they got carts.
With 3 Gs?
3 G's worth of. I mean, Kimmy, what could you put in that's so expensive in a duffel bag that would get to $3,300?
I'm just thinking of ways you could carry a lot of stuff out at once.
No, but to Tommy's point, I mean, the golf bag's a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Well, good idea, as in if you want to steal $3,000 worth of stuff. But outside of something like that, I can't think of what other super high-end item you could walk out with that was worth $3,300.
Let's get a bass boat in there.
You're gonna walk out with a bass boat?
I'm just gonna drag this thing out.
Look, there is a rock-solid reason why it should be state law that if you're going to tell me about the shoplifting story, I need an itemized receipt. Here's why. Shoplifting stories are pure entertainment. They only exist for people like us to read at our leisure. Now, there are some other stories, Tommy, that we need to know.
Yeah.
If there's violence somewhere, authorities need to share that to let the public decide if that's a place they want to go or if that's a place you live in, what you need to do to alter your safety.
Okay.
If there's a political scandal, for example, Tommy, what's happening with the former Greece deputy town supervisor, right? It's shining a light on what may be happening in your community. That matters to you directly. It's a direct effect. Shoplifting has none of that.
No.
Right? It won't hurt you. doesn't alter your plans, if they stop printing shoplifting stories in the news, nothing about your life or my life or Kimmy's life or anybody's life would change.
Yeah, true.
So if you're going to show me the story, allow me to be entertained by what this person allegedly tried to do.
What's in the bag? Show me the bag.
Show me the bag. Show me the bag. Because there's a massive difference in a story based on what he could have tried to grab. For example, again, talking about this man out at the Dick's House of Sport in Victor. According to police, he stole $3,300 worth of merchandise without paying, just walked out with it.
Yeah.
Passed all points of sale. Let's say that this man grabbed a $3,000 exercise bike.
Okay. Oh, I didn't think about that. I got 10-speeder.
Yeah, they got all that stuff, right? Put it in a cart and left. Yawn, I don't care. That's a yawn story. Let's say he managed to hide $3,000 worth of stuff on his person.
Ooh.
And then tried to leave. Now we're talking.
Right.
Now I want to read this.
Walking out the door.
Where did he hide it on his person? How was he able to
How
hide it?
did he walk?
That's what I mean. Where were you willing to put that Stanley thermos to get out of the store with it?
That's going to hurt.
It also, I think, would help deter shoplifting.
You think?
If someone has what they think is a great plan to get in and out and be undetected, and authorities nab them, well, the next person that sees that story that has the same plan may reconsider.
Yeah, if they follow the news.
Yeah. Well, I think there's people arguing that so many news stories about shoplifting are encouraging more shoplifting.
Oh, it could be. I mean, they make it look easy.
So wait, but how does it work that way but not the other way?
Well, it seems like it just keeps happening.
So that's my point. If I can see how they caught this person, well, that plan that I had, maybe I'm not going to go try that plan. I'm going to end up behind bars, and now Dick saves $3,300 worth of merchandise.
Yeah.
I mean, what I'm saying makes sense, right? Right?
Yeah, in theory, yeah.
No?
I mean, you're applying logic to somebody who's desperate.
No, I'm not saying I could care less about what this person is doing. I'm saying I want to see what's in the bag.
Oh, I do too.
Tell me what's in the bag. And there's a reason, not just for our sake. There's several reasons. Tell me what's in the bag.
Well, it's curiosity.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that curiosity more positive or negative though?
What do you mean?
Like, does that curiosity make somebody who maybe was looking to steal, but they may think, well, what is there a lot of money in that I was unaware of?
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, why is that person stealing that item? Can they make? Is there money to be made there?
So you think it would encourage?
I don't
shoplifting?
know. I'm trying. I don't know how much thought goes into somebody that just walks out with stuff. If they're just grabbing what they can, or if they're looking for specific things.
It seems now people are looking for specific things.
And I don't know if listing those things out, if that helps or hurts.
All right, hold on.
The next person looking to steal.
I'm going to counterpoint you there.
Okay.
I'm going to hit you with a counterpoint, Kimmy. I think that it would be good to have the itemized things because it would be great advertisement for the companies.
You're not wrong there.
Whose people are allegedly trying to steal. If I'm Yeti,
they're willing to risk that.
Yes, yeah. If I'm Yeti or Blackstone or Peloton, I want every one of those articles to include my product and a link to what they try and stole.
Okay,
right?
all right. No bad press.
Yes, if someone, I think it's great press. I don't even think it's close to bad because if people are willing to go to jail to get their hands on a Yeti.
That's how good this stuff is.
I mean, look.
I'll risk it all. Get me a Peloton.
Am I wrong? If I'm willing to do jail time or be arrested or whatever to have a Peloton or a Yeti or a Blackstone, why would I not go finance that sucker right now?
It is in demand.
And plus, I mean, look, man. The best stories always come with the most details. Let me know that this guy accidentally tripped trying to run out of the store. And here's the thing. I don't think they're the worst person in the world. I just want to enjoy the story.
Yeah, I find it entertaining.
Yes, because I still think there are things you believe you could get away with stealing in today's day and age.
Me?
Yeah.
I was a good thief.
Was a good thief.
Yeah, well, I'm out of the game.
No, but you were stealing at a time where it was easy to steal.
But he's also stealing from the place he worked,
which
I feel like is a different type of confidence there.
No, but Kimmy, he's admitted to it himself.
Yeah.
Right? Like, when you were stealing, there were no cameras.
No.
Right? There wasn't that magnetic, shoplifting stuff. Not that mattered because you were eating and using it all inside the store anyway.
I don't know how that company made money, man.
They didn't. They're out of business.
Yeah, true. Because, at night, when we stocked out overnight, or you went in early in the morning, there was somebody in the store. It was just the people there. There was no manager. One guy would have a set of keys to the store, but the manager didn't come in until 8.
Okay.
So we were just in there working.
So what you're saying is you and your coworkers are solely responsible for the state of cameras everywhere in America.
A guy can remember, you hungry? Yeah, let's get something to eat. We just walk over, take it, eat it, and go back to work.
And there was never any hesitation.
You weren't looking over your shoulder. I mean, we would make a mess and leave it there for a while and then clean it up later.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this question. Guys your age, men and women your age, what percentage do you think stole from work at some point in their career?
Oh, it's what percentage?
Percentage. Give me percentage, 0 to 100.
I mean, if it's from a little thing, if we're lumping it all in there,
Let's say more than $10.
oh, 70%.
70%.
Easily.
Is that an appropriate answer? 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
Because I can remember people stealing stuff that they didn't even think it was stealing.
Office supplies, things like that.
Well, I'm using it for this or that, Well, it's coffee. It's, how much does coffee cost in the company? Even though they wanted you to pay for it.
Do we have a warped sense of that based on the amount of things stolen from Kodak throughout the years?
You're talking about locally.
Yeah. Like
I'm
just thinking like people stealing from work. Like it had to be Kodak had to be up there in percentage of people stealing from work.
So you're saying people in Rochester think that more people do it because of what happened at Kodak?
Maybe.
Okay.
I just remember going to people's houses as a kid and just seeing things around their house that were from where they worked that they used in their house.
Okay.
And I remember one was my dad's buddy. He was a promotions guy in a big sales firm, and like everything in their house was like promotional stuff that he just took home. Now I don't know if he was allowed to or not, but it was the company's, not his. But everything in that house had a logo on it.
Okay, but to your going down the road you're going down, and I agree with what you're saying. Stealing is stealing, right? I think there is a definitive difference between taking something home that the company is paying for and stealing something with a price tag on it, which is what you were doing at the grocery store. Yes,
absolutely.
Like, that was absolutely theft. There's no debate. I think there are people that still want to argue, like, if I take printer paper home, well, I'm busting my ass for this company. I don't make enough anyway, so I'm just going to take this.
Right. But I kind of throw that all into ripping off the company.
I understand that, but in doing so, it also makes you look like a better person because everyone else was doing what you were doing.
Oh, absolutely.
Whereas the overwhelming majority of people would not steal from Wegmans or Tops if they worked there. They wouldn't walk down an aisle, open up a can of sardines, and start eating them.
Yeah, don't start with the sardines, though. Don't waste your time with fish.
No one's going to notice, though.
You can't fish.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Again, this conversation started with a man who, according to police, went to the Dick's House of Sports in Victor and stole $3,300 worth of stuff. Just walked out without paying. But we don't know what it is. And the proposal is, in New York State, we should know an itemized list of what the person allegedly stole for a whole bunch of reasons. But most importantly, it's entertainment. If you're going to put the press release out to make it look like you're busting these criminals, it doesn't affect me. Let me be entertained by this. This comes in from Jan. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Jan says you shouldn't be entertained by crime. These are people's lives that we're talking about here.
Yes, Netflix. Stop it. Like 90% of what I watch on Netflix is criminal activity.
I'm trying to think of what entertainment doesn't involve.
Oh my God, half the shows on CBS after football is all crime.
What are you talking about?
And it's all in Chicago.
Chicago PD.
Figuring out
Chicago
some sort
Fire.
of tragic mystery.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, but let's take a walk down the path that Jan wants to take.
Right.
Is it bad that we're entertained by crime?
I think.
I never thought about it.
No, I mean, I'm sure it is.
I made fun of her, and now she makes a valid point.
It's human nature.
Okay, you can't hide
I feel
behind
a little
human
less
nature.
Why
guilty
not?
about it when
It's my human nature.
When like nobody got hurt. You know what I mean? Like this like seeing like a list of something somebody stole is more interesting to me, and not. I won't feel as guilty about looking into it because it's like, okay, well, at least like nobody died.
That's
you know
a lie,
what I mean?
because you will sit and you will watch documentary after documentary
Oh, no,
about
I'm not-
murders,
I'm not
and you
saying
won't
I
feel bad
don't.
about it.
No, I'm not saying I don't do that, but this, because I feel like I watch those other things, this I have no guilt talking about.
Okay, but I mean, it is still somebody's life. This person that stole the $3,300 worth of stuff because it's grand larceny. This could affect them, which could, if they have children, maybe
Prices at Dick's go up.
I don't buy that. You know I don't buy that. I'm not taking that as an excuse. I don't know, man. I mean, I think that Jan makes a valid argument that being entertained by crime is just bad all the way around.
I mean, it's probably not our better self, but we all look at it.
There also
nature.
is-
I have no way to justify what I've done.
I mean, it's the reason why the news will lead with violence first.
But you know that's BS. You make fun of 10 for scariest channel of all
But I
time.
buy into it every night.
But don't you think
Funniest
it's
show at 4:00?
like valuable to know about those crimes in detail, because it kind of, I mean, it opens people's eyes to a lot of things that could happen to them or somebody that they could be oblivious to if they didn't know those things happened.
We're talking all crime in general.
Yeah.
Okay,
You know what I mean? Like people, protect themselves, or like they're a little bit more aware of their surroundings when you see something bad happen to somebody that could have been in the same situation you were.
I understand, but I mean, it also stokes fear that maybe you shouldn't have to be there, right? We talked about how like a shoplifting incident doesn't affect your life in any way.
No.
Like if that person
It's not news.
and they're not going to hurt. They don't want to hurt you. The goal is to get in and get. I talk about them like they're tigers, right? Like the goal is to get what you can and get the hell out. Why do I have to know about it?
We don't.
And I'm not saying don't print it. I'm just saying give me the details so I can be fully entertained by this thing that you are only presenting to me to entertain.
Right.
Okay.
No, that's a valid point.
And I think that statement perfectly transitions into what we're going to talk about.
What's that?
Fear. Fear. Now, by now, everybody knows what happened over the weekend at the rally in Pennsylvania. And I don't want to talk so much about the actual incident.
Yeah.
What I want to talk about is how we all feel right now.
Yeah.
Because you can make the argument that any time in human history, American history, to be alive was scary.
Yeah.
You can also make the argument that it keeps getting scarier and scarier. You can make the argument that that's wrong. And I guess the question becomes, with everything that we've been through, not only the last couple of years, but 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, depending on how old you are, does it ever get less scary?
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. One of the strangest things about being alive, things are better than ever for the people currently on Earth.
Yeah.
Right? You can make the argument that as time moves on, it's just a better place to be.
Well, your modern conveniences.
You got it. And you can say that, Tommy, for every generation that's ever lived. It was better for them than it was for the people that came before them. Yet, at the same time, life is scary. And I don't mean scary like not having enough money or fearing losing the people closest to you in ways that just happen naturally.
Yeah.
I mean the things that are happening around us. Because the last few years, we've seen things we've never seen before. And every time we see something new, it takes a little bit more of all of us away. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into this discussion.
Yeah.
The way the world is, Tommy, we all knew what happened at that rally within minutes of it going down in Pennsylvania Saturday night.
Sure.
I was in a restaurant when it happened, and I was watching faces as they were on their phones realize it was surreal to see in real time. There are legitimate consequences for what happened on Saturday. One of the spectators in the crowd was killed. There was another wounded. Two wounded. Okay.
Yeah.
And don't bother to call the show, by the way. We're not going to try and manage the insanity that were the comments that were all over social media all weekend with phone calls, with all due respect. But what I want to talk about, I mean, no matter how you feel politically, Tommy, that is a scary moment.
Oh, yeah.
And it's something you rarely see. In fact, it's only happened, attempted assassinations of a president or presidential candidate 8 times in the country's history?
Yeah, I guess, right? Yeah.
And it can have a major ripple effect on our country. The last 20 years, the major ripple effect thing, has been happening a lot. Mass shootings, went through a pandemic, political, social divide happening right now that we haven't seen in a generation. It's enough, Tommy, to make you want to get under the covers and never come out again.
Yeah.
And with all that in question, or with all that being in mind, I asked this question to both of you guys in the room. Does life ever get less scary again?
Well, no. I mean, it's just going to keep moving forward, right? I mean, there's going to be new things that you don't see coming.
Well, no. I mean,
it's just the way the world works.
Life could move forward, and things could change for the better.
Yeah, but not everything.
Okay, I understand.
It's not going to be paradise, so there's always going to be something unexpected you're going to have to confront.
Will the good outweigh the bad in ways that we haven't really seen in the last 20, 30, 40 years?
I mean, the majority of it is good.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, that's why these things stick out.
Okay. Oh. Ooh. Give me thoughts.
I mean, you don't live like this every day. You're not constantly under assault.
Okay.
But is it a little worrying, though, sometimes how, like, when things like this happen, how quickly we move on? Like, it's a coping mechanism, right? Because, like, when you see something like that, you want to move on to the next thing.
Okay, so to Kimmy's point, I had asked Tommy a question this morning, and I didn't have the answer to this either, and it was an astounding realization of how fast news moves.
Yeah.
The man who shot Reagan, what was his name?
I'm sorry.
The guy who shot Reagan, what was his name?
Oh, Hinckley.
Okay. The guy who shot Kennedy, what was his name?
Oswald.
Okay. The guy who shot at Trump this weekend, what was his name?
Chuck.
You don't know?
I have no idea.
And it happened 3 days ago, and I'm not faulting you.
No, I know his profile, but I don't know his name.
I realized it this weekend, right? Like, we have those names that you just brought up etched in our memory for the rest of our lives. And this story that just happened 2 days ago, the news moves so fast, and we watch the news for a living.
Yeah.
We don't know the guy's name.
Right.
So, to your point, Kimmy.
Yeah. I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know. You almost have to move on quickly to so you're not constantly scared. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But at the same time, it doesn't prevent it from happening in the future. It doesn't fix any problems. It just means you're moving on faster.
When I ask, does it ever get less scary again? I don't mean to sound hopeless in asking that question. I ask it sincerely. I mean, it's not out of the question that we are living in maybe the scariest times in American history. And I also get, because I know what you're going to say.
Right.
I see you. I see you.
Yeah.
I know it's arrogant to say that we may be living in the scariest times, right? Because we've seen a lot of scary in this country. Slavery, Civil War, 2 world wars.
Just the start of the country.
Yeah, okay, there's that. I mean, you lived through a Cold War that led to the death of Americans in Korea and Vietnam and other places around the globe, and those are just the major things.
Joe T being a producer. Yeah, I mean, there was some scary stuff.
It's easy to say it's harder now than it ever was to feel at peace. But it's also easy to say there's always been scary times and things will get better, because that could also be ignorant.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I mean?
Well, even when things are good, in general, don't you just feel like, well, eventually something's going to go bad again? It's just...
Well, I mean, that's life.
Yeah.
I mean, there's bad, and then there's, oh my God, what is happening? Right
Well, I
Yeah.
think the other thing is you get to see it now in real time, where my
Yes.
parents' generation, World War II, those images didn't come flooding in. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Still pictures of a battleship or
Okay.
something like that. I mean, you weren't watching it 24 hours a day, or you didn't have access to it anytime you wanted.
So you're saying the way we consume the news
Well,
is
you're
what...
bombarded by it now. I mean, if my parents weren't bombarded, it was a news story, but the images weren't there.
It's
till
hard.
later.
It's
Okay.
hard to avoid it, even if you're trying, right? I mean, like
understand.
you would have to really, really tune out of every type of entertainment that you use throughout the day to avoid hearing about anything.
No, I mean, to your
Any
point.
news.
To your point, if you were trying to, I mean, because look, there's only so much information you can get
Yeah.
about what happened over the weekend, right? So it gets to a point where now it's just people giving their takes, and oh my goodness,
Sure.
holy crap,
Right.
right? So it got to a point where I don't want to do that anymore.
Right.
I don't want
You
to
get bombarded.
Exactly. You couldn't get away from it. There was no way to get on social media. There was no way to get news stories. There was no way to watch anything on television without at some point this angle coming back at you
Yeah.
again. But that doesn't account for the things that are happening that are also unprecedented, because you're right. We got a ton of coverage of the pandemic. The pandemic still happened. We got a ton of coverage of what happened at the Trump rally over the weekend. There hasn't been an attempt on a president's life since Reagan. I mean, you can't say that this stuff, we're just getting more coverage of it. This stuff is happening.
Yeah.
We're seeing things we've never seen before, and it keeps happening over and over and over again.
But I mean, you've had other attempts, at other politicians and violence. I mean, it's. I mean, this stuff has been around since I was a kid.
Okay, so you bring up that point, and the discussion we're having is, does it ever get less scary again? Tommy, you've lived through a lot of scary in your life. You were a kid for Vietnam.
Yeah.
You saw parts of the civil rights movement. You
Three
were alive for the You were alive for the assassinations of JFK and RFK, right? You experienced having to duck and cover in your classroom in case of a nuclear bomb attack. All of us in the room were here for 9/11. You would not say this is the scariest time of your life in American history.
No.
What was?
I don't think any of it. I think it's like a rolling thing. It's always around the corner.
No, but there has to be something that was the
I mean, maybe
scariest.
probably 9/11 for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we were on the radio. It was going on while we're talking.
Okay.
So I had a unique seat to that, and I would say that was extremely, like, I've never seen anything like that before.
And you never thought at that time anything like that could happen either.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that was uniquely scary,
Okay.
and it obviously changed a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Well, 9/11 changed everything.
Right.
But, I mean, is it also possible that was the first adult scary thing you had lived through? Because, like, when you think about Vietnam and Korea, I mean, you were tiny for Korea.
Yeah.
Red Scare, all of that stuff. You weren't really conscious for that.
No.
JFK being assassinated, you weren't really conscious for
No,
it.
like-
Robert Kennedy being shot, you weren't really conscious
No,
for
like
it.
Reagan getting shot. Yes.
But he survived
Yeah.
and made it. I mean, there's a punchline out of it, right? Like, he made a joke, I
Yeah.
hope you're a Republican surgeon.
Yeah.
Could you make the argument that 9/11 was the first adult scary thing that had legitimate consequences?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Kimmy, the life that you've lived.
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 35.
God, you got old.
Yeah.
What was the scariest thing you've lived through in your life?
I mean, I don't think in my lifetime, I don't think I can top 9/11.
So 9/11 for you as well.
I mean, that was something as a kid, especially. I think for me, like those things you experience as a kid are 10 times scarier.
Okay.
Because you're not looking at it through an adult's eyes. You're looking at it through a kid's eyes of like not really knowing the world yet. And can this happen anywhere at any time? And I don't know. For me, that would be a tough one to overcome.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will say this, like my parents' generation, they didn't dwell on stuff too much, so they didn't want to hear it, because of what they went through.
Sure.
And I don't know if that's healthy or not, but they got past it really quick. You know what I mean?
As far as you knew, they got past
Right,
it.
but they didn't show it. Like
Sure.
they didn't like my father. Well, you get on stage, you want to run. That's what happens when you want to do these things. There's gonna be some kook out there. You know what I mean? Like they would just blow past it.
Yeah, no, you're right. It is.
Well, why did they put a bubble on that car?
252 WCMF 252-9263. What happened in Pennsylvania over the weekend? The question being, with what we've seen over the last 20, 30 years, does it ever stop getting scary? Does it ever become less scary? And I think the hardest thing the hardest thing about coming to terms with your time on Earth, you have no context for older times. And
No, how could you?
I know we have recorded history. But rarely does recorded history come from the mouths of everyday regular people. In fact, we may be living in the first time in world history where normal everyday people are recording their thoughts with social media that will live on for an extended period of time. You only know what you're around for. And that gives you no way to know when the lights are out and people were lying in bed with their own thoughts, what they really believed about the present and what they really thought about their future and what they feared the most. And if they were able to, like you said about your parents, compartmentalize all of the insanity that was going on around them and go about their days normally.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like even the scariest times on planet Earth, there are people that were going to work and doing leisure activities and spending time with their families, right? Like, I mean, during World War II, in occupied countries where there was active battle happening, there were people that were walking to a grocery store and going to movie theaters, right? I mean, that happened. It's very strange because that would be horrifying, living in an active battle zone that could be bombed at any moment. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I think that's one of the things, like, as scary as like what happened over the weekend or 9/11, those aren't the scariest points in human history.
Okay.
I mean, there was some horrific stuff globally that really sucked.
But
I mean, these things are scary.
The understatement of the century really sucked.
Like,
guys.
you can't see a way out of this.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, the great thing about living in this country, we always seem to find a way out. There were some points in human history where there ain't no way out.
You're right about
now
that.
you just can't leave.
You're right about that.
You know
but
what I mean? You're trapped.
I think having experienced that as humanity, that's what makes every other thing scary, is because you see things that happen that led
and
to
how they
those.
got as far as they did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, man, I mean,
Spiral out of control.
and history has a tendency to repeat itself.
Oh, yeah.
So when you start to see these things happening again and you go, this was horrible and there was no way out of it. Oh, look where we are right now. That's where I say, are these the scariest times you've ever been living in? Because we know before World War I, they didn't know that's a thing that could happen.
Right.
In fact, we were, I'm going to get into this more in a second, but, we went to D.C. to go see my grandfather who was at Arlington, and there's a monument there. And it says something along the lines of, an honor to the folks that died in the Great War. Yeah. And I looked at my wife and I go, that was pretty optimistic because it wasn't World War I at that time. Yeah. It was the Great War. It was the war to end all wars.
Right.
Until
all done.
You know what I mean?
Put all the bullets away, boys. Mission accomplished.
Like, it would be naive for us to sit here and be like, oh, well, we're never going to do that again. They did it again like 20 years later. Yeah. Okay. 252-WCMF. 252. I don't know why I'm giving the phone number. I'm sorry. It's just habit. I don't want to take any calls here because this is going to get out of control. I know it. And with all due respect, I love all of you very much. Just going to go down a bad road. We're talking about, does it ever get less scary again with all the scary things that have been going on, especially over the weekend, and how different a millimeter could have changed the country, the world, what the world would have looked like today. We were having this discussion off mic this morning, right? Like, God forbid that person was successful in what they were trying to do. Is today a day where everybody is looking at each other like, how did we get here? Yeah. Or is today a day where it's just chaos, complete chaos over the last couple of days?
And it could have gone either way.
Right? So, okay, 2 weeks ago, my family and I, we went to Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
And we went to every museum and every monument and every historical place that we could because, like you, I love that stuff. And there were 2 exhibits that stood out while I was there. And I was telling you guys, in the Smithsonian American History Museum, which is free, by the way, free.
Yeah, because of my tax dollars.
Yes, they are, but I said it before, I'll say it again. If you want to take a cheap vacation, go to D.C. All the museums are free. There is a section for every president in the Smithsonian American History Museum and what they went through in their times. And they also had an exhibit where you could walk through every war the U.S. had ever been involved in, from the Revolutionary War all the way up to today. And when you see our history, Tommy, linear like that in a line, you realize, to your point earlier, how many seemingly impossible things we've been able to overcome as a country. And walking away that day from that museum, I was really proud to be an American, right? And I was confident in the future that we had no matter what happens. Like, it's going to be okay. But I was falling asleep that night in the hotel, and another thought popped in my head.
What's that? Oh, the rates are ridiculous, right?
You said a second ago, they are. You really pay for the free museums. You said a second ago, what's great about this country is we've always been able to overcome. We've been able to overcome impossible times because of outstanding people that are able to come together and make a change, and hope and resilience and unification, and a group of people that weren't going to let things happen any other way. And the fact is, there's nothing that says just because it's always happened in the past that it'll happen again.
Yes, that we'll get through it. To your point.
From the moment I got off that plane, that's been bouncing in my head. Like, you look around, you see a lot of people that hate each other right now.
Yeah.
And you see a lot of people that refuse to find a common ground. And you see people that in reality want the same things, but do not want to believe they have anything in common with the person that's standing across from them. And we've seen it before, Tommy, and we've gotten through it. But there is no guarantee that we can do it again.
I think it can, because at the end of the day, you just want to make money and go home and take care of your family. Okay. That's the one thread we all share. Okay. Right?
Look,
at the end,
it's
I need money to take care of my kids, my family, and we're all in the same boat in that direction. Because my father hated anything that wasn't Sicilian. He hated every kind of color. He hated every kind of religion but his own. But he had friends that were of those things he hated. And he would always say, well, he's one of the good ones because I like him, but I don't like the rest of them.
It is amazing how he ran into only the good ones.
Yeah, how was that?
Yeah, weird how that happened.
The one good Jewish guy lived 2 doors down. What were the odds, Mike? You get through it.
Look, man.
You find your way.
I want to believe you're right. You know, going back to like this exhibit, there's another exhibit there. It's really cool. You should go to this. I'm telling you should go to D.C. You would really enjoy
I've heard
this.
of D.C. I want to check it out. Looks like it's got a lot of pointy, cool stuff.
Hey, look, man, you never been to any of the museums. You go to like murder houses. You don't go to like actual stuff that. So there's an exhibit, Tommy, where they have the videos of all the presidential inauguration speeches that exist.
Oh, really?
Right, yes. And of course, JFK is there. What? Ask not. What do you want to do with the accent?
Ask not what you can do for your country.
No, you idiot. You screwed it up.
I'm going to bang these chicks.
Ask not what your country can do for you.
You can do for your country.
Thank you. And, you know, after everything the last couple of days, maybe that statement is more important now than when he said it. Like, what can you do for your country right now? What little thing can you do to bring down the temperature? Because what we saw over the weekend is not something you can legislate away. No. Because I don't know if you know this, it's illegal to use a rifle to shoot a presidential candidate from a football field and a half away while he's surrounded by Secret Service. I highly doubt the shooter took the legality into consideration.
Yes.
This is something we all have to do on our own. And I know I'm an idiot, right? But, like, we all have someone we care about that we love.
Sure.
That is on the opposite side of your social or political spectrum. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a statistical impossibility that you don't care about someone that doesn't believe in what you believe in. And let's say hypothetically, things were to descend into chaos, which is not an unthinkable possibility.
True.
How would you feel if that person was hurt?
Yeah, you'd feel terrible.
How would you feel if that person was killed? Would you still be on fire for the beliefs that may have gotten us to this point? And it could be something as simple as like making a phone call to somebody. It could be something as simple as like not posting things on social media that you shouldn't post. It could be as simple as avoiding the triggers that you know are going to make you furious. I mean, look, this politics stuff, it matters to all of us, and part of it is fun, and part of it is that like American culture of like sports and competition, right? But I don't think it doesn't matter as much as human life does.
No, of course not.
And I don't mean to sound like a dick standing on a soapbox here. And I don't mean to say this like some kind of like hang in there baby motivational poster, right? But like I love this country. And living here is supposed to guarantee all of us life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And it kind of feels like with the stuff we've been going through, we're teetering on that right now.
Do you also feel like I think it's okay to take some time before you form a reaction to something?
Good call.
Because I think we are also living in a time where everybody wants to get their thoughts out immediately before you even know everything, right? So I also feel like that kind of adds to that sense of panic in a way, because you're getting everybody's thoughts in the moment without letting things like play out a little bit first and really taking in the information and processing how you feel about it.
I mean, no, but that's the perfect way to put it. Processing how you feel. Taking a second and not immediately reacting. Right. Because, look, man, you got kids. There's times where if you immediately reacted to things your kids did, it would be a very bad scene.
Yeah.
Right? Like, just take a breath.
Yeah. And maybe you're talking about spiraling into chaos. Maybe we're too fat and out of shape to do that anymore. And maybe when you storm the Capitol steps, by the time you get to the top, you're out of breath.
Have you seen how fast those golf carts are now? They light up.
They are fast.
We could have a golf cart madness.
Revolution.
Yes, there you go.
Right.
I mean, look, man, it's serious. It's not that serious.
Yeah.
It's not that serious. When someone, like, there's a guy who will never see his family again.
Yeah.
After Saturday,
yeah.
right? And look.
I think of the people that were sitting around him that had to watch that.
You got it. Just think about that. All right, let's take a break.
Right.
Let's lighten it up a little bit.
Yeah, come on.
Open up the phones again. Genesio, what's wrong, guys?
What happened?
Well, Genesio.
Oh,
Genesio.
yes, I did see this.
Look, I don't want this to keep happening. Nobody wants this to keep happening, but it's going to keep happening.
People don't know what to be angry at.
Well, like
with this story.
Kimmy, people got angry at us last time we brought this
know.
up, but we were just offering a suggestion because we knew this was going to happen again. We knew it was going to happen again, and it's happened again over the weekend. And I'll ask this question. If this is not the problem, tell me one other place that has something like this, and we'll get into it next on CMF. So here's what we need to do from now on.
What happened?
4 times a year, we should cut out space on the show to talk about this. And Kimmy, I think we could guarantee what time of year it's going to happen to. Mm-hmm. Because at minimum, 4 times a year, this is going to happen.
Oh.
And despite the fact that Genesio has seen this a million times, despite the fact that as long as it stays in this spot, it's going to keep happening, nothing will be done. And it happened again. Because, of course, it happened again. You had a chance to change it. You did nothing. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. The Sterling Renaissance Festival is back, baby.
Oh, boy.
That's right, Players Club. 4 fun-filled theme weekends in 2024. Visit the contest page, WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Sterling Renaissance Festival, valid for one-day admission during the 2024 season. All ages, family-friendly festival, a 360 experience with amazing sights, sounds, authentic foods, and feelings.
Get your ye old on.
Saturdays and Sundays only through August 18th. Skip the lines. Order tickets online at sterlingfestival.com. The Bear Fountain in Geneseo has once again been struck by a car.
How? Here's the weird thing about this thing getting run over. There's not well, I guess if it's older people hitting it, not college kids, you're a local.
I don't think it's locals that are hitting it.
Well, I mean,
it's
wouldn't
been
it be college kids then?
No.
There have been a couple trucks, right, going
but they
through
probably
town.
make regular deliveries.
I don't know.
Okay, so this time it happened Friday evening around 6. Police were called, driver not hurt, but the incident left the fountain with scrapes, and there may be a reason why it happened Friday night.
Right.
I'm just speculating, thinking out loud here. The Geneseo Air Show was this week.
Oh, everybody's looking up.
Well, no, you idiot. That could
Driving
be
through town. More traffic than normal.
Yeah, people from out of town.
All
I
right.
don't know. All right, so keep in mind, it wasn't all that long ago that the fountain had to be completely rebuilt after it was smashed in an accident, and this is the second time this year the Bear Fountain has been hit by a car.
So there's no barrier. They didn't put up any barrier around this.
Okay, you put up a barrier, they're just going to hit the barrier.
What if they painted it a really bright color?
You mean like white in the middle of...
Is it white?
Yeah,
I don't even
it's
know
a
what
white
color it is.
fountain.
I thought it was just like concrete.
It sticks. Yeah, I guess it is. White concrete, whatever. Same difference. Look, every time the Bear Fountain gets hit, we sit here on the show and we go, you should move the Bear Fountain. And we get inundated with calls from furious people in Geneseo. Legitimately furious.
Be better drivers.
Yes. They're saying the fountain being in the road is not the problem, Tommy. It's people not paying attention, which is a terrible argument. It's like saying I should be able to leave my keys in my car unlocked because people shouldn't steal. Because technically, yes, you're right. But if you leave your keys in your car and somebody steals it, you're not going to get a lot of sympathy. Things happen when you allow them to happen. Move the damn Bear Fountain.
So why don't you just get rid of it? Like, if you took, I mean, it has no.
It's
What's
history.
the history of it?
So
What
we've had this explained to us before, something about virginity and then a family.
But it doesn't mean anything.
It means something to them.
I mean, you could take it and just stick it in the park somewhere.
That has been my argument
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
whole time.
put a light on it.
Put-
There's
put-
just stupid.
Yeah.
By the way, nobody cares about this goddamn thing.
Everybody cares about
Apparently,
it because
it's
they
a
keep
big
putting it back.
deal. Yes.
You only care about it when it gets run over. It isn't like you're going over there having your family portraits taken around it.
Well, you can't because you get hit by a car.
Yeah, see?
All right. But we're not here to advise you to move the fountain this time because, again, you're all going to call me. Let me tell you something about Bear Fountains you may not know. Let's try something else. I ask everyone that can hear us. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is there anything else like this Bear Fountain in Geneseo located in the middle of the road of any other town, village, or city near us? What other place has a massive thing right where people are driving their cars? Because if the answer is no other place, we've solved your problem, right?
Yeah, I wonder, like, today, like, if you wanted to put something like that in your town now, would it even be legal to do that like that because it's a hazard?
Good question.
Right?
I know a place we could call to figure that out.
You're right. I mean, you wouldn't be able to do that, I'm guessing.
Okay, you're doing that thing again because I'm on your side, but you're kind of starting to be an idiot and you're making us both look like idiots.
I want to say, and this is a little different, but I think it was Brockport had added a couple of those like traffic circles.
The roundabouts.
The roundabouts.
Boom, 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 boom.
And I want to say like there was a little bit of there was like a learning curve.
Okay.
There. Well, because people got there and they weren't used to it being there and they got a little confused.
Understood, but this is not a roundabout.
No, I know.
This is a Bear Fountain in
But
the
I'm
middle
just
of the
saying,
street.
changing something as simple like that, and like especially a small town where everybody's just been used to it being the same way for a long time, It really throws people off.
Okay, I'm with you there, but this bear fountain has been that way
Right.
for a long time, and people keep hitting it. So do we have nothing? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There was no other town, village, or city near us that has something like the bear
Smack dab in
fountain.
the middle of the road with nothing around it.
Nothing else
It's just
there.
standing there.
There was no other memorial, anything. Because,
Who's the idiot that designed that?
well, it may have been during the time of horse and
Horses,
buggy where that
yeah.
wouldn't have been a problem.
I
Is
think
it
that's
that
the
old?
argument.
I think
yeah.
that that's where horses used to drink in Geneseo when they would come.
Oh.
To Geneseo.
Well, how come you don't see more of those around here? This is an old area. So apparently everybody else got rid of their horse drinking fountains, and we stuck to this one. God damn it!
Or Geneseo maybe was higher end and were the only places that had one of the only places that had them.
All right.
I don't know the answer to that question, man. I know there's people that do. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Oh. Look, I mean, even if there are other places that have something smack dab in the middle of the road, Geneseo is a very unique place.
Yeah.
It's a small town that in the fall and in the spring adds 4,000 college
Yeah,
kids.
punk ass.
Yeah, fun fact, Tommy. Did you know the town of Geneseo has a population of 10,000 people, meaning the place almost doubles when the kids are in. No, I'm sorry. You gain 50% almost of the population when the kids are in school. You can't be a sleepy place and add that many kids every spring.
But every college town has that.
But not every college town has a bear on a fountain.
True.
Right?
And these are high-end college kids. These ain't just jackasses, but they seem to show up too.
What are you talking about?
Well,
What are you-
Geneseo's a tough college. It's probably your top SUNY school.
Yeah.
Right?
You can make
So
that
you're getting the
argument.
best of the best, but you still get jackasses.
What does that have to do?
Colin Dolber.
What is For those who are new to the break room, Colin Dalberth is a name we'll never forget.
Right.
He was a SUNY Geneseo student who, according to police, got drunk, stole an ambulance that was called to a dorm room to help somebody, drove it through the town, lights and siren, according to police, while yelling, "God bless America," over the speaker.
Very patriotic.
And somehow a kid named Colin Dalberth didn't really face any punishment after his lawyer got things taken care of.
Of course. He's a rich Colin.
But how about even Colin Dalberth didn't hit the bear statue?
No.
He was driving through, according to police in Geneseo.
So we have two places that people have called. They didn't want to go in there, but they said that Wolcott has
The topless thing.
has a fountain. What?
Wait,
I don't know what
there's
you're
a statue
talking
of your
about.
mom?
Yeah,
No, they said
my
they
mom
have-
had a beautiful wreck.
Guess where the water comes out of?
I wanted to say, my mother, back in her day, yes, she was juicy down there.
Oh, my God!
Oh my God!
He just raised his leg to show my mother's
Talk about your
vagina.
mom. He can say that. You can't say
I
that.
can talk about how juicy your mom is. You, on the other hand.
Don't you want your mother to be juicy?
Holy crap.
Oh, you want your mother to be a dry stump down there? You want your mother to be sexually active and lubricated.
Anyways, Wolcott has a fountain in the middle of their main street, apparently, and
Okay.
the other place that somebody called crap. What was it?
Way
There's
to
another
go.
place with a
Is
mountain.
my juicy vagina
yes,
talk?
that threw me off so much. There's another
mother's
place
vagina.
with a monument in the middle of their main street. Gosh, damn it, threw me off.
But it's not like a roundabout. It's like in the middle of
It's
the
a
road.
big
Apparently,
clam.
yes.
It's a big juicy clam.
Then how come we don't hear about those places getting hit? If the argument is it's the people not paying attention, not the actual fountain, those places should also get hit too.
Maybe they do, but we just don't hear about it.
But if the bears
Or they don't fix it, it's all chipped up and dinged up, they don't care.
I know that would be in the news. If the bear fountain's always in the news, so would these ones be in the news for being hit. I mean, it's not like Geneseo's like a metropolitan area.
No, it's not.
Right?
It's not. It's an old town.
I know. It's just hard for me to understand. With the bear fountain being hit again.
Warsaw.
Warsaw. What's in Warsaw?
They have
That's
a
the-
monument. In
war monument.
in their main street. I don't know. They just said a monument.
There is some topless thing out there, I'm telling you,
Bro,
man.
did you get drunk at a strip club and
No.
accidentally drive into the sign?
No, I'm
Is that
telling
what-
you, man.
Why is the sign in the middle of the road?
There is a town out that way. It's got. There is it's a topless thing.
What?
It's a topless woman.
There is no topless woman.
Yes, there is. You probably have seen it.
Where is it?
It's out that way.
Oh,
Williamson that way.
Let me tell you where it is.
Not
Where is it?
Pulteyville, but
That
keep going.
Pulteyville?
Keep going. It's out there, bro.
Bro, you can't name it. Nobody's called with it. It doesn't exist.
I think, and I don't want to say his name, he knows about it. Our boy.
Who's our boy?
Ben, I think he's from that town.
Ah, why would you do that?
Well, you see what you did
It's
now?
like Beetlejuice. You did it. Say his name 3 times. Nope, okay.
All right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy is being inundated with phone calls that do not want to go on the air to talk about this for some reason. Once again, the Bear Fountain in Geneseo has been hit. It happened Friday night around 6 o'clock. And we asked, is there any other place in our area that has stuff smack dab in the middle of the road? Why doesn't that stuff get hit? We got 2 answers, but we don't have any details on those. 252-WCMF, it looks like Cody has gotten to the bottom of what you're talking about. He's on CMF. Hey, Cody, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What do you got?
So, Tommy, your topless woman is in Wolcott.
Ah.
Why?
Yeah, she is right on the intersection of Main Street and some side road. I forget what side road. It's a really busy side road. And it's kind of on the right side of the road. It splits the forward lane and the right turn lane.
Bro, it's the weirdest thing when you're driving out there because you're like in the middle of nowhere, and then there's this like country rack staring you in the face.
Country Rack is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
Country rack.
No, wait, sorry, we went through a lot as a country over the weekend. I understand.
Hit it and put a crack.
So McKenna just.
I got to be honest. I'm shocked that the bear gets hit a lot, and I'm shocked the topless woman doesn't. Because you driving by,
Check her
you
nipples.
see, oh, look, Hooters, and you're not paying attention.
You call them Hooters, Cody.
Yes, you
You
do.
call them Hooters.
Yeah.
I don't want to say anything that'll get somebody in trouble.
I appreciate that. No, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, a man named Cody should call breasts Hooters. Like that makes the world. It's a good world when that.
That's
happens.
when Hooters was Hooters.
Cody, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
There goes Hooters loving Cody. Okay, so McKenna just sent me a picture of the statue. I've never seen the statue before.
So a lot of people see it on their way up to like to the Thousand Islands. A lot of people go that way.
Okay.
That's how I was introduced to them country nips.
Look what you did. All I'm getting now is calls about where there are naked statues. Has nothing to do with statues in the middle of a road, but hey, let Tommy know there's a naked statue in fill in blank town.
It's a nice summer tour.
I mean, it's good information to have, right? You know, there's another thing that Geneseo could do to prevent this from continuing to happen.
Right.
And again, we're talking about the Bear Fountain. Once again, second time this year. It was hit Friday night, 6 p.m. And everybody's safe, but there is a scratch in the fountain. You can just close Main Street.
Yeah.
Shut it down. Make it a pedestrian-only walkway.
Yeah, but it's kind of kills all your business.
I don't know. Does it? Because it's look. I lived in Geneseo for a little while, right? Like that section of where the Bear Fountain is. Just shut that down and have people drive around side streets to get to the other side of the
pain
street.
in the ass, man.
Okay,
and
great.
you're doing it for this stupid, pointless bear,
But the bear means
with no history.
The bear means enough to them where they don't want to move it. Excuse me.
I know.
Look, that Main Street in Geneseo is very walkable, extremely walkable.
Yeah, but I don't want to walk.
I don't want to. I want to drive into Bear Fountain.
Yes.
It's like knowing you. If you lived in that area, you'd have hit the Bear Fountain 3 or 4 times.
Probably. I don't care.
Take that, bro. No, but like in all sincerity, why doesn't Geneseo consider shutting down that section of Main Street?
Man, you know how much legality is into shutting a road down? Like the amount of council meetings and screaming you'd have.
What you mean, like when people keep hitting a bear fountain?
Yeah, but you get every old fart on both sides of the bear debate.
Both sides of the bile?
Yeah.
We'll take one more call, 252-WCMF. John's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Johnny, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, guys.
Yep.
Hey, it doesn't make the news all the time, but that fountain gets gotten hit more than twice this year for sure.
Oh, you're talking about
It happens
the
usually-
media keeping it under wraps so we don't know about it, man?
Usually it just doesn't get reported. People graze that thing all the time. Mostly it's people coming off of Center Street and hit it head on like idiots.
Ooh.
So you live out there in Geneseo, John?
Yes, I do.
All right. If about the proposal, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I've suggested to people that maybe it is time to get it off of Main Street, and I've literally had people slamming their fist on the table telling me I'm trying to ruin the town.
That's so like that. It's like a movie scene, like a small town movie scene.
Yeah.
Kimmy, we had to
We're
dump.
not moving that fountain. God darn it!
I agree with Duffy. I think it would be great down in the park, and it'd make that intersection safer, but people don't like change, I
people
guess.
could actually enjoy the fountain.
You can put things in the fountain.
Yeah, right.
Hey, Johnny, keep fighting the good fight down there in Geneseo, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
All right, guys. Have a good day. Thank you.
Hey, yep, there goes John. It's just a bear fountain.
Just throw the goddamn thing in the dump. Be done with it.
You don't have to go
I
that
know,
far.
I know.
By the way, you don't need fountains anymore. Fountains are for like old timey days.
You're
Okay, you live in a
old-timey.
town of gazebos.
I live in a town of fountains too. I can walk to 3 fountains,
Okay.
and nobody's looking at them. It's just spewing water for pointless nothing.
Let's take a break. Rochester lost a legend. And I say that with no joke tone in my voice.
A legend.
I mean this.
Yeah.
And look, I understand that a guy your age would not understand what I'm about to tell you. But Kimmy can back me up on this. This man, at one point, was the biggest celebrity in Rochester. He was bigger than Don Elhart. Yeah, I said it.
What?
Yes, I said it. I think you can make the argument, Kimmy, for people of a certain age, if Jim Kelly and this man were to walk into a room, he would be more popular.
Really?
Oh.
Wow.
Because it's around the same time.
They'd both be asked
Yeah.
for autographs, put it
Yeah.
that way.
We're going to tell you who unfortunately passed away over the weekend and fully cement his legacy as the Rochester legend that he is. And we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. It is hard for people of a certain age to understand the feeling that people that are around Kimmy and I's age had when we saw this news over the weekend.
Oh.
It is devastating because you can make the argument that Kimmy, at a certain time, he was the biggest celebrity in the entire greater Rochester area.
I mean, it felt like it to me when I was a kid.
To the point where, even all these years later, him passing away was major news.
He touched your life.
Yeah, I think so. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, Gary Smith, better known as Gary the Happy Pirate, has passed away at the age of 64. And I know that you know that name because he has just been a Rochester institution forever.
Yeah.
But for those who don't know the background, because you weren't here when he happened, he broke to the Rochester music scene with Doug Ladd in 1989 to form the iconic kids duo, Doug and Gary.
Joy, 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 it's a happy time of year.
I had this album.
Together and give a hearty cheer.
Tommy, I know it's hard for you to comprehend. Even though you were here.
I was here for the pirate.
Okay. I was here for the pirate.
Yeah.
If you are between the age of 30 and 45 and you grew up in the greater Rochester area, Doug and Gary dominated your childhood.
Oh, sure.
yeah.
I mean, especially for somebody like yourself.
What do you mean?
Why is that?
There wasn't a lot of happiness in your house. And I think for a child like you coming from poverty, from squalor, to see something joyful like that, it was like your Disney. I get it, man. Like, he was kind of like your daddy. Your pirate daddy. Take me with you, pirate daddy.
Shut up.
Pirate daddy, take me away.
He wasn't a pirate at that point. He was still with Doug.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't have much.
No, that has nothing to do with me. It isn't.
I think it has to put a smile on your face when you think about what joy he brought you as a child.
Well, yeah, but every kid had that.
Yeah,
when
I
they
mean,
were
I
a
had
kid.
I
Is
had
Kimmy
the
busted in poverty
I
too?
had the cassette. I remember the cassette.
How about I made my brother cry one night because Doug and Gary eventually broke up.
Yeah.
Right, and it was like Simon and Garfunkel level news here in
Yeah,
Rochester.
it was like the Beatles. You know.
Yeah, when my brother found out, I told him we were going to bed. We shared a room together. I'm like, yeah, because they broke up. Now they're going to come and take all the tapes and bring it back to the tape factory.
I was too young to remember when they broke up. Like, was it big news?
It was big news.
Oh, yeah.
It was big news in the Duffy House. I know that.
Okay.
But like when Doug and Gary were doing shows, they would sell out theaters. They would pack hundreds of kids into the mall to watch them perform.
Yeah.
To this day, I know there are people like me, grown-ass people, who still can sing all of their songs by heart.
I'm
a
sure.
pirate, don't you know? Some pirates are awfully mean, but I'm
And those
a
are
happy
like-
pirate. Ha, ha, he, he.
And those
Won't
are
you
like
come
original-
and laugh with me. Ha,
Sorry.
ha. No, you're fine.
Those are,
I'm a happy pirate.
I mean, those are his songs.
Yeah,
right?
he
He
wrote
wrote
those
them all,
songs.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
Pretty
can,
impressive.
I can sing every single one of them.
Yeah.
I'm 38 years old. Haven't listened to one of those albums in forever. Man, if they got it on vinyl, watch out.
Look out,
Watch
buddy.
out. Record Archive, where you at? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. So then you brought up the Happy Pirate
Right.
part as we talk about Gary Smith, Gary the Happy Pirate, passing away at 64. Doug moves on. Gary the Happy Pirate has his TV show. But the real legacy that he left is the pirate toy farm.
Yeah, and that's going to go on forever.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, you never heard a bad word said about the man.
No.
You've been in media in this town forever.
Yeah.
We all love to talk crap about everybody.
Yeah.
I've never heard a bad word about Gary the Happy
Yeah,
Pirate.
he was just a lovable, nice guy.
And he just... But I'm telling you, man, I know you're sitting here and you're trying to, like, be cool because you don't understand the effect that this guy had.
Poor guy just passed away. What do you want me to say?
It is impossible for you to fully understand the effect he had unless he was a kid in the 90s.
Yeah.
I'm sincere when I say
Local
this.
celebrity.
Oh, no, I think it was bigger than local because we don't know
Well,
local
yeah, I don't
at
know.
that age.
True.
It's the whole world.
But I'm saying, like, it was only in Rochester, right? Like,
Yeah.
was it a regional thing?
I don't know that. I think it was just Rochester.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Wait, it was some world tour he was on?
No, I didn't. Well,
I
like
remember when he
Buffalo,
opened for the
Syracuse.
Stones. Get that pirate off stage. He's hogging all the microphone time. He's not making me very happy. No, he was a local guy.
That's
No,
Mick
I know,
Jagger
I didn't
yelling
know.
at Gary the Happy
Yeah.
Pirate for going over his time. Opening up for the Stones.
Give the light.
Give him the light.
I didn't know if, he also, if people from, closer to Syracuse or Buffalo knew who he was,
I
too.
mean,
Like,
maybe, but
yeah.
that'd be it.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think he was going, selling up the garden like Billy Joel.
Bro, I
I'm
remember.
the angry young pirate.
I can remember as a kid. This is one of my first real
Yeah.
memories. I forget what theater he was at downtown, but it had it was Doug and Gary, and they had the top and the bottom balcony was open, and we got
Are
there.
you talking about the Monroe Theater?
He wasn't at the.
No,
point.
it used to be a legit theater.
I don't think I was alive for that. I think it was always a porn
Oh,
shop
okay.
when I was a kid.
All right.
But anyway, we had gotten there it was general admission, and we had gotten there too late, so we had to watch the show from the balcony, and I was too small to see over,
anything.
so I just got to hear the songs. But that's the point. The guys had a show, and they had general admission, and I was
standing
sold
room
out.
only.
Thank you. There's fat little me trying to look over the balcony to see Doug and Gary.
It was a sold-out show. I can hear the roar of the crowd.
With an acoustic guitar, pirate on his hand. Kid Yoho the puppet. And look, you make a joke as we talk about, Gary the Happy Pirate passing away, 64. We found out over the weekend. I am sincere when I say this. He was our Lou Graham.
Oh, yeah. I would say so. Yeah, that was your rock star.
I mean, yes, he wasn't internationally famous. No, he didn't sell the records Lou did. No, he never sold out MSG except for that time he opened for the Stones. But when it comes to celebrity, as far as me and my brother and all of my friends were concerned, Doug and Gary were the greatest thing that ever happened.
There wasn't a kid who didn't know who Gary the Happy Pirate was, right? I mean, between television, radio, commercials, things like that.
I mean, it's impressive that he created that kind of a legacy locally that's going to go on. I mean, it's hard to do.
No kidding. Yeah. Name another person that's done it as far as kids go.
No, nobody.
No, I won't.
You may never see it again.
No, I think that's fair. I think that he came at the right time.
Yeah.
Right? Because, he got the television show, which, even if that were to happen today, you're not going to get the same audience, right? We got up on Saturday mornings to watch Gary the Happy Pirate because that was, one of the only things we would do.
Right.
But, I love that man. I love that man, and I'm very sad. And I wish that my kids had something like that when they were.
But they got all the other stuff they got now.
They got all the other stuff.
I mean, there's so much kid entertainment now.
No, but that's what I mean. There was something.
Yeah, it was a simpler time for kids' entertainment. There wasn't as much competition. What?
I knew we'd get there. I knew eventually you would say something that made you a dick.
No, what?
What do you mean there wasn't enough competition? There was a ton of competition.
Bro, not like today.
Barney, Raffy.
Nickelodeon.
Old
I don't know. Barney was around.
Barney.
Well, I knew
Barney
was around. Yeah.
Barney was around.
Yeah.
Early 90s Barney.
All right.
You know Barney. I know Barney.
I know Barney.
You don't know nothing about Barney, bro.
I know the Smurfs. I know the whole
But the
deal.
Smurfs weren't even a thing when
I was around for that whole Barney Smurf explosion, man.
Remember when Barney and the Smurfs opened up for the Stones in Madison Square Garden?
Get that goddamn Smurf off the stage! Drink all this champagne! And then other things just started on my Coke. Coked up Barney.
Let's take a break. It's been a weird transition into legalized recreational marijuana in the state of New York.
Definitely taking its time.
Well, I mean, you're right. The rollout has been tough. Also, you have people that either haven't smoked in decades or imbibed in decades or have never done it before that are curious, and they're finding out there's a whole bunch of stuff you can do that doesn't involve smoking necessarily to get you high. We have the first recall in the history of legal marijuana in New York State. And we'll tell you why, which is quite interesting. But it's also some of the products that they were calling. Why do you need this? Why does this should not have to exist?
Why not?
I'll tell you why not.
All right.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. A recall that is the first of its kind
Yeah.
in the state of New York.
Wow.
And with this recall, some information that Tommy and I were unaware of.
Okay.
Because we know that today you no longer have to smoke marijuana.
Well, it ain't your daddy's pot game anymore, buddy.
That's right. There are plenty of products you can put it in to get high.
Mm-hmm.
The question, however, why these?
Oh.
Why do these need to exist?
All right.
Because they seem counterproductive to what you're trying to do here.
Hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 8:25, 8:30. This criminal arrested behind bars already. Are you impressed or are you horrified?
Oh.
I'm going to tell you what this guy is accused of doing, and I'm going to be straight up with you. I'm impressed right away.
Okay.
And I think Kimmy was also impressed.
Wow.
Yeah, a little bit.
We'll get into it just after 8:30 here in the break room. On CMF, over the weekend, the New York State Department of Cannabis Management issued a recall on unregulated products that were sold at licensed dispensaries in New York State. They say the cannabis products were made by an unlicensed processor, and they cannot be sure what is in them and how much is in them.
Okay. So.
You got to bring them back if you want to. No, look, if we're not mistaken, it's the first ever recall in the state of New York from licensed marijuana shops. It's a historical moment.
Ooh.
But Tommy,
Yeah.
we're not here to talk about the history of it. When you find out what was recalled, a line of dipping sauces and condiments.
So this is like ketchup that'll get you stoned?
Yep, honey mustard, ranch dressing, chipotle mayo, ketchup, barbecue sauce.
Damn.
And by the way, that's just some of the stuff that was, but that was the one that stood out.
So you got dipping sauce where I could cop a buzz.
You got that, yes.
It's a great idea, man.
Why is that a great idea?
Oh my God.
Seems like it'd be hard to measure, though.
I mean, it's
Okay,
like
let's put a
it's
pin in
like
that.
it's the perfect marriage of
but I could
stone
see,
and
like,
munch.
I could see people just be like more is better.
Oh,
You know
God,
what I
yeah.
mean?
No,
it gets away
no.
from you
This
quickly.
is pretty effing cool, man. If I'm getting high and I'm hungry,
All right.
I'm a big fat stoner.
No, that's a bigger
That-
problem.
yeah.
The more, all right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Why do you need to put THC
In my ranch dressing.
in dipping sauces and condiments? Because it seems like overkill. Like the cookies and the brownies, the butter, that makes sense. It's an easy vehicle for people that don't want smoke in their lungs to partake in marijuana. However, to Kimmy's point, the cookies and the brownies and things, you can actually measure them out.
Yeah.
Right? Like I can cut a gummy
Yeah.
in
A
half.
quarter of this
Thank
is-
you.
yeah.
Exactly. How do I measure out how much
salt?
ketchup is going to make me think
THC.
I can taste colors?
There is something that exists that I have always wanted to try because there are chefs that will prepare meals and like you basically tell them how much THC you want and they will prepare the like sauce or whatever to have that amount in it or they'll
Okay.
give you just the right amount. Like there is a market I think for food like putting it into a meal.
Okay.
But I would only trust like an expert to do that. Like I don't know if that's something I'd want to attempt on my own.
So when you eat, let's say you eat an edible
Yeah.
and you get stoned and then you get the munchies. Do you still want more of that brownie or you want something else?
Oh, you're gonna go for like snacks. You're not. I don't think you're going back to. Because most of the time, like
be
edibles,
too much,
you're
right?
not eating them because they're delicious. You're eating
Right.
them to get high.
Yeah,
you know
the
what I mean?
edibles
Well,
always
that might
taste
be the
terrible.
problem.
Yeah, they don't taste great most of the time.
If these dipping sauces taste like
Yeah.
real dipping sauces, you will have a problem.
No, but that's just
Yeah.
it. There's no win either way. If they taste like real dipping sauces,
You're going to over dip.
exactly. If they don't taste like real dipping sauces, why not just have half a gummy and regular ketchup on your hot dog?
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I could take the gummy and I could enjoy my delicious food afterwards. What other weird ass THC food products do we not know about? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because I'm going to be honest with you.
What's that?
I'm going to be honest with you. The THC ketchup and ranch and all that stuff kind of feels douchey.
I don't know.
Feels a little bit douchey.
Why?
Feels like you didn't stop and ask if you should. You did it because you could.
Right. And we love our condiments.
Okay.
We love our dipping sauces.
No,
right?
we do. We do love it, but you don't need it here. It seems like if I met a guy who's like, check it out, I got ketchup with pot in it, like that guy's just a dick who's trying to buy all of the things to show it off. Am I wrong there?
Yeah, it just seems like an easy thing, I guess, to go wrong if you're just thinking a little bit because.
You're going to overscore.
When it comes to any condiment,
Much like your mama.
when it comes to any condiment, like nobody ever goes under the amount that they want. Like you're always just, slathering it in ranch.
Once I'm
or-
dipping, I'm dipping.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You would
Right.
die.
Like it would be
Oh.
hard to limit yourself
But
to
what a
only
way
a
to go,
small
though.
amount of that ketchup or whatever it is.
I mean, death by ranch dressing would be so much fun.
252 WCMF 252-9263. As far as we are concerned, the first recall from the cannabis board here in the state of New York from a licensed shop. It turns out that these products that are being recalled were made in an unlicensed, unregulated whatever place. But the stuff, honey mustard, ranch dressing, chipotle mayo, ketchup, and barbecue sauce has THC in it, and it doesn't make sense. In fact, it seems like there's way more problems than there are good things that would come from this. Let's talk to Rod. Hey, Rod, you're on CMF, buddy. What's up?
Hey, so where are they getting rid of this? Because I'll take it.
Can you buy Kimmy legal marijuana ranch? Why do you want this stuff, Rod?
Why not, right? I mean, if it gets you high, fuck it.
Whoa! See, guys like Rod coming in here, can't watch their mouths,
I
smoking
know.
the marijuana.
All right. Run his dipping mouth.
Rod, how old are you, buddy?
I'm 31.
Okay. First of all, young Rod.
Yeah.
Every Rod I
Yeah.
know is like 70.
That's an old school name.
Okay. Do you get high on the reg, Rod?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. What is your go-to way to use marijuana?
Just flour, but that's just me personally.
Okay. All right. Well, Rod, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. See what I mean? It's that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Regularly gets high, says F word on the radio, wants to show you that he's got marijuana
I'm
ketchup.
all in.
Like, bro, if you found out one of our coworkers had marijuana ketchup or marijuana honey mustard or marijuana ranch dressing, that would alter your opinion of them forever.
Oh, absolutely.
So then what are you saying? Yeah, it's a good idea.
Well, I want people to have the freedom to choose, and I like the freedom to mock.
Okay.
Isn't that what America's all about? Are we going to really unify here?
I mean, I guess you're right.
The mock and the mockable?
It just doesn't sound like it'd be that good. Like it
But it
sounds
could
like,
be.
I guess, but I'd rather just buy regular Chipotle mayo. You know what I mean? Without the taste of, I mean, it always has like that, I don't even know how to describe it.
taste
Like
the
that
weed?
green taste.
Oh, yeah.
That I wouldn't
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
I didn't think it was.
There's always like that aftertaste. I haven't tried anything yet that didn't taste
Yeah, that
like
wouldn't
it.
appeal to me. I
But
didn't
maybe
think
I
you
need
could
to
taste it.
expand my horizons. I don't know.
So, like, when you eat that gummy, it doesn't taste like you can taste the weed
you
in
can
it?
you could taste
Yeah,
it.
that's...
Well,
Yeah.
THC has a taste, right?
Well, I
Yeah.
thought like they
THC?
figured out how to like mask
I mean, there
it
may
with
be
the,
ones
with the
out there
candy.
that don't have much of a taste, but I've always detected a little bit of it in there.
The best ones always have a taste, buddy.
So, do they make like a sugar you can put like in your coffee and stuff?
Probably.
That'd be nice.
Seems like they make everything.
It'd be like putting a
again-
little shot of whiskey in your coffee.
No, but again, like if it's going to alter the taste of your coffee, why not just swallow half a
Right,
gummy
right.
and then drink
That's
your
what I
coffee?
mean.
Like that's what I don't get here. Like if the only way to get high was through the honey mustard, okay, fine, that makes sense. I'll put it on my hot dog and
Yeah.
eat it. But there's so many other ways
Yeah.
to do it. You're
It
just being
doesn't-
obnoxious.
It doesn't make the food taste any better.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Kimmy, can you Google because the price of this stuff has got to be insane too. Can you Google how much it costs for a bottle of or THC mayo or ketchup or whatever? 252 WCMF 252-9263. The other weird part of these THC communists,
What's that?
Condiments,
Space
Tommy?
commies.
damn
What's
commies
that?
in their pot ketchup. It also seems like a real easy way for someone to unintentionally imbibe in marijuana.
Oh yeah, you could really get away. Oh, like a kid grabbing it.
Anyone. Like
Yeah.
we can assume the ketchup and the ranch and the chipotle mayo have to be left in the fridge. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever looked at a bottle of any of those things I just named before you put it on your food?
No.
No, you haven't.
You just assume.
If you have guests, if you have kids over, the risk of them getting into the funny mustard seems pretty high.
But you gotta lock it up.
Right? Well,
Yeah.
no, but how do you lock it up? You got a fridge with a lock on it?
You might have to.
No, you're not going to be able. You're not going to have that. How do I get into the fridge? Look like a psycho. Fridge lock. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Kimmy, do we have a price on the condiments?
I'm looking.
She's working on it. While she's working on it, let's talk to Zach. Hey, Zach, you're on CMF. What's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning, boys.
Yo.
Actually, I tried some marijuana hot sauce one time.
Yeah.
My old lady, she came back from vacation. She had it. It was actually awesome, but the THC percentage wasn't very high in it, so you couldn't taste it at all. It actually just tasted great.
Okay, but you got you high?
I mean, not really. Like I said, the THC content was too low to really get me buzzed.
So
but
what's the point?
It was
then?
a nice novelty.
Nice
I think that's what I was
novelty.
using
I
it
really
for.
enjoy paying 4 times as much as I should for a bottle of hot sauce. It did nothing to me.
Well, hey, if you mix it with a little bit of the funny gummies, you're good.
Okay. Hey, is that the weirdest THC food product you've tried, Zach?
Yeah, I would say so. I also tried linguine that had like a flour-based like Alfredo sauce on it, and that was pretty good. But at the same time, didn't get me buzzed. I think it's more so for the novelty.
Wouldn't it be funny if all this stuff you're trying didn't have any THC in it at all?
Yeah,
Just
how would you know?
would never know. It's a little bit. It's a little bit of linguine.
Give me some dizzy fettuccine.
Dizzy Fettuccine is my favorite jazz
Italian,
artist from
yeah.
1940s. It was an Italian jazz artist.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah, remember how that sounded, Tommy?
I don't know.
Yeah,
You
Tommy
can't
should
do
write
it.
a song about it.
Yeah, you can't do an Italian man in the 1940s doing jazz. Dizzy Linguini. Zach, thanks for the call, buddy. I mean, you've worked here for 30 years. Boo! Boo your joke, man. The Italian jazz artist.
It's ahead of its time.
Boo! The country's very confused this morning. Tommy can't even do Italian 1940s jazz jokes. Kimmy, what's the weirdest food you've tried marijuana-wise?
Like with marijuana in it?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever. It's all just been like, gummies or.
Likes the candy.
I've had I've had like homemade cookies and brownies.
Okay.
That's the extent of it. I have not branched out into like other types of food.
252 WCMF 252-9263. The way you said that makes me feel like you've done it and you had a bad experience.
No,
Food.
I'm trying to think. I've had a drink like it's like a lemonade looking drink.
Okay. Did that get you high?
Yeah, those are very strong.
Did you drink the whole thing?
No, they tell you like on the bottle, like sip it a little bit at a time.
Why would they not just give you less of the lemonade then?
That's what I wonder, because it takes a long time to get through one bottle.
How long did it take you?
Oh, like weeks.
Wait, one bottle of lemonade?
Yeah, I'm telling you, like you only need like a sip of this stuff.
One bottle, that's it. Go home.
It's like hippie moonshine.
Do you keep it in the fridge?
Yeah.
So you had to be conscious if someone was over.
Who's going over there? It's all adults.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
She got no child.
Would you drink a bottle that was already open?
My kid might.
Really?
Yeah. We have very low standards for drinks in our home. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about these marijuana dipping sauces and condiments. It's the first, as far as we're concerned, recall from the Cannabis Board, whatever, here in New York State. They were sold at licensed dispensaries, but they came from unlicensed places. And it's honey mustard, ranch dressing, chipotle mayo, ketchup, barbecue sauce, among other things. Dave's on CMF. Hey, Dave, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, man.
Good. What's going on?
Good. The big difference between, smoking it and edibles is with smoking it, you feel the effects within a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes at the most. Edibles, as you know, might take half hour, an hour, and some of the warnings on some of these products say it may take up to 4 hours. Now, I've never experienced 4 hours, but if I was enjoying some dipping sauces, I'd be terrified that I'd be kind of overindulging myself, and then 2 hours later, I'm laying in a ditch somewhere.
Thank you, Dave. All right, so Dave, you seem like
You know
a man.
what I mean?
You seem like a man who he has experience in this realm, and would I be correct in assuming that?
Yeah, and with gummies that are regulated, at least you know how much you're getting in each piece and whatever, or at least they say you do, unless you're buying snake oils. And then, what Tommy mentioned something about coffee. My dad actually has this oil. He puts 1 drop in his coffee every morning, and he's happy for about 6 hours.
You're kidding me.
Now, I've never tried it, but he swears by it.
Man, if I'm retired, I'm buying that.
Well, you're getting high for 6 hours every morning?
Why not?
Okay,
I'm retired.
Good point.
He's an old retired man. He doesn't have much to do anymore, yeah.
Hey, Dave, what is the strangest marijuana food you've had?
Yeah, I don't get too crazy with it. Cookies, I guess. Brownies.
Ooh, Dave, you suck.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm pretty OG. Not that crazy, I guess.
Well, Dave, thanks for the call, buddy. Tell your dad we said what's up when he comes down for whatever he's
will.
drinking. All right,
Thanks,
great.
guys.
There goes Dave.
Yeah, my problem is I have the same problem you have. Like he's just talking, I'm pretty, he doesn't overindulge.
Sure.
I know I have an addictive personality, so I know I'm going to go all in if I ever started down this road.
100%.
Like I would just be dripping that stuff on my tongue, not even drinking coffee anymore.
We were asking the weirdest stuff. Elijah writes us. He says, in Colorado, I've seen THC jerky.
Oh.
Oh, so they put it in the meat?
Green meat,
So you put a little of that in your jerky.
I guess. How do you make it though? It's just dried out beef.
And you're gonna eat the whole bag. Who opens up a bag of jerky and takes like one strip?
Yeah, you always eat all the
Yeah.
jerky. Did we get a price on the THC condiments?
So the one I'm looking at, so it's $5 per what they call, where'd it go? $5 per packet. So I don't know if that's like
so it comes in like a
yeah. So I don't know if like this particular one I'm looking at, like they just come in little ketchup packets, but they say
like you get it to okay.
Yeah.
Like you get at the store, not at the ketchup
Each
farm.
packet contains 10 milligrams of THC. So they separate it so you know you're
Gotcha.
They
All right.
measure it out for you.
I hate those packets though.
Is 10?
It's never enough.
10 is enough.
No, but I'm saying like it's never
One
enough
of the worst
ketchup.
80s family sitcoms.
Yeah.
10 is enough.
But you know those packets never cut it.
But this isn't for the ketchup.
Right.
It's for, again, this is
Again,
why
you
you
can- This is
can't
my
do it.
problem,
Okay.
though.
You can mix it with regular ketchup.
I
I
like
guess.
ketchup and I like to get high. This is the problem.
All right, let's take a
I'm
break.
gonna bloody that dog up with the ketchup.
Thank you. There's a gentleman who's in some serious trouble. He was already in some serious trouble. He was behind bars.
Oh,
Yet, what he did behind bars,
not good.
look, it's not good by the letter of the law. And I guess there's no way to defend what he did if the allegations are true.
Yeah.
But when it comes to what we're going to tell you, are you impressed?
Ooh.
Or are you appalled? And we'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Crime is not good, Tommy.
No, write that down.
We Googled it. That's what it told us. But different crimes mean different things to different people.
Who's criming?
Well, there's one man who's in some serious trouble for allegations that happened already inside a jail.
Wait, so the crime happened in Crime Town?
You got it. Crime Town is what you call it, jail.
Yeah.
But there is an argument to be made between the people who think this is awful and the people who think what he did, allegedly, is brilliant.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF right now. You can head over to WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Santana
Ooh, big show.
and the Counting Crows. I told you I am a closet big Counting Crows fan.
That's great.
What? They're a really good band.
Yeah, so Santana. That's why he goes on last.
They're coming to Empower Federal Credit Union Amphitheater at Lakeview in Syracuse on July 24th. Courtesy Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. An inmate at the Monroe County Jail is facing charges after authorities say they confiscated contraband he had inside the facility.
All right.
Jail deputies say the 43-year-old man was in possession of tobacco, along with dozens of squares saturated with some kind of synthetic substance.
All right.
So drugs, maybe?
Yeah, it sounded like it get you high.
That
It sounded like you had like a little kiosk.
kind of did,
Actual
actually.
kiosk.
Yes. So, by the way, for those who don't know, having that stuff inside the jail, super illegal. We're not here to debate that. We know it's against the law. It's where they found the contraband, Tommy.
Uh-oh.
Not in his... Authorities say the 43-year-old inmate hid the tobacco and the other stuff inside of his medically approved walker.
Oh.
Like a metal
Yeah.
So photo on 13 Wham shows all of the items, alleged items,
Stored in there.
Yeah, they're inside latex gloves that were all cut up and then put in the piping
Oh.
of the walker. And he
Pretty
was
smart.
He was allowed to have the walker.
Right.
In fact, when the alleged items were found, he was taken in for medical observation on account of he couldn't have his walker anymore because he stuffed it full of tobacco and drugs, allegedly. He's been charged with promoting prison contraband.
So was he walking around literally with his walker,
Yeah.
selling it like cell to cell?
Don't know.
You know?
Don't know. I mean, that would be pretty ingenious if he
Yeah.
was. Tommy, there are two types of people in this world. There are folks who see all crimes as awful and needing to shut all of them down.
Yeah.
And there are folks who look at crime as a cat and mouse game. As long as there isn't violence, what the cops don't catch ain't illegal.
And he saw an opportunity.
When you see what this man allegedly did, do you see him as terrible or do you see him as a crafty person who came up with a great idea?
I think he was a businessman who's behind bars.
So you're going with two.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, this could all be for his
I was going
own
to say, even if he wasn't selling it, he's definitely a guy that thinks outside the box.
inside the walker, actually.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kimmy, do you see this man as a terrible criminal or do you see him with a man who came up with a great idea?
Kind of got to give him credit for being creative.
So it's two.
Yeah.
Okay. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Would you guys want the punishment dropped because it was such a good idea?
I mean, I have my own feelings about these things.
Here we go.
Well, you ask, and then I give
I
you.
asked if you wanted the charges dropped. Wouldn't it be good? I have a pamphlet with all of my beliefs
law
I'd like to
is
share
law.
with you. No, what's your belief? What's your thought? What?
Seems like nothing to me, but okay.
What, contraband in the prison?
Contraband.
It is. It's contraband.
I agree.
No, you don't, actually. You're saying the opposite of what I'm saying. So you think that prisoners should have everything they want inside the prison? What's the point of prison? Now it just sounds like a bed and breakfast. Wait, I get away from my family and I get to do whatever I want? Yeah, I'll go.
I don't get how we do prisons in this country.
I don't get how we do prisons.
I told you if I was running the prisons, I wouldn't. You know how I would have everybody fat, overweight, and tired.
Why is that?
They wouldn't do nothing. You wouldn't have prison right. If I ran prisons, it would be a golden corral behind bars. Get as fat and lazy as you want. I wouldn't have to deal with you.
And you've been in more prisons than both Pat or I have.
I've been in 3.
That's
and
a
I've been
lot.
arrested twice too. So let's go with 5.
That's a lot.
But I don't get hey, let's get them all jacked up and in shape. Right? The weight's gone.
The scarier, the better.
Sunday brunch is on me, fellas. I got carbon stations. You won't be able to fit more than one prisoner in a cell. It'd be nothing but walkers.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this 43-year-old man who was already behind bars here in Monroe County. According to police, he had tobacco and another kind of substance, synthetic substance, on yellow saturated pieces of paper inside his medically approved walker. Like, the picture it's a brilliant move. It's a brilliant move on this
He's a
guy's part.
MacGyver, man.
But here's the thing, man. You can, like, it's not even an argument. In fact, prison contraband can cause a whole bunch of other problems. It can mess with addicts who are trying to get better behind bars. It can cause violence inside. None of that bothers you in this case?
No, because you got all that stuff anyway.
But this would increase the chances of that, would it not?
I don't know. Maybe you get high and chill your ass out. Maybe you're violent because you don't have anything to, like, take the edge off.
To me, doesn't the walker itself seem more dangerous than things inside of it?
You're going to hit someone with a walker?
You could.
Well, but you need it to get around. What are you going to do?
No, but somebody could use it as a weapon.
Okay, so take it, pull it away from that man.
And then hit it, and then it go over the head. Now he needs something to, because his head hurts.
Okay, I know.
Because when I saw that he had a walker in the first place, I was like, wow, you can have like a walker in prison?
Yeah, I would think like walkers and canes, like anything like that would not be allowed.
Right.
But to your point,
I guess you need it.
Aging prison population.
The guy's only 43.
Yeah.
No, but there's but we do have a lot of older prisoners now that like need walkers and ramps just to shiv a guy.
Wait, there's a handicap access shiv ramp?
I need a ramp to get to that prick.
How tall is it, man? 252-WCMF. Look, I know we have a lot of former prison guards and current prison guards. No, well, those too. I mean, if you've been
we got
inside.
those, buddy.
Well, no, I'd like the opinion on how guards feel about this stuff. Like, do they look at this suspect as a terrible human being? Do they see this as an entrepreneur cutting corners? Do they appreciate him? Because you bring up a good point. You bring up a good point that if the tobacco or whatever else takes the edge off, maybe that makes a better situation, but it could also increase violence of it being sold and stuff. So, like, if you work inside a prison, I know you're going to do your job and try and take it away from them, but if it gets in, do you hate it?
Yeah.
Is it the worst thing that's ever happened to you? 252-WCMF? It would be interesting to know.
What's that?
How the contraband got past security.
Yeah, how did it get in there in the first place?
Yeah, into the walker. Because if the allegations are true, did that walker come with the stuff inside?
Like he snuck it in with the stuff?
Or did they get it and jam it in the walker? Like who? And then who helped him get that stuff inside the place? Because you can't do that on your own. He's not coming in with that stuff.
No.
It's also interesting what inmates are willing to risk punishment for. Because we don't know what this guy was in for in the first place. It's not in the story. And we're still waiting to see if what was on those squares. If the
what that
allegations
What
substance
exactly
was,
it was, yeah.
But let's say he was caught with just tobacco.
Right.
He'd still be in serious trouble.
Yes.
So you can't smoke?
No.
Like in
no,
the yard?
It's not free. No.
Out in the yard?
I don't think cigarettes are allowed inside prisons anymore.
Man, they should allow that.
Why?
Let them smoke.
What are you talking about?
Well, who cares?
Well, I mean, if they're in there for a long time, I'm not responsible for their health care.
Hey, Eddie, this will kill you. if I don't.
No, it's not allowed.
Okay. Do you not realize that if somebody is locked up for a very long time, that they are responsible for the cost of that person's health care as well?
Hey, maybe it's gonna, everything takes care of itself.
No, you can't not give them medical care.
I know.
No, you don't, because that was your suggestion. So, like, even going back to your plan before about getting them all fat so they can't move, they're all going to have diabetes. And now you're treating diabetes inmates. True, that would cost a fortune. Like, taking away the human aspect of it, we would have the most expensive prison system, not only on account of the lamb station, but on account of the medical stuff.
But the most delicious.
Yes. Look, you know how much I love to eat. I'm debating assaulting you to get into your prison system that you're describing now. You didn't know they couldn't smoke inside anymore?
No, for some reason I thought they could. Like, not in the cell, but like out in the yard, they could walk around and smoke.
Are you basing it on every prison movie that you've seen that was only from like 50 years ago? Like, name a recent prison movie.
I don't think I've seen a recent prison movie.
Because it doesn't work, because it's boring as hell. They're all sitting around watching television.
All right.
Right? No?
Maybe some foreign ones you can smoke. I guess in a Mexican prison you can smoke.
Yeah, no, yeah. If I had a choice, I'd want to be transferred to a Mexican prison so I could smoke.
Use tobacco products.
Yeah. Are you out of your mind?
How about that food in that Mexican prison's got to be delicious.
There are, I mean, outside of like a couple of like European countries where you've seen like this is how they take care of their prisoners. And it's nuts. Like Sweden, I think, is one of them.
Yeah.
I would make the argument you don't want to be locked up in any country that's like not doing as well as the United States.
Below us?
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
I mean,
below is
I
the
mean
wrong
like
word.
the equator. Like Mexico, Guatemala.
Oh, yeah. I think the further you get into South America, the scarier it's going to
Yeah,
get.
yeah.
Right?
But the food gets better.
There's a show on like National Geographic where they go into like these weird South American prisons and they show like what these people live. It's holy crap, man.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Yeah, it's a little rough.
Still full though, which kind of kills the argument of like You know,
But hey,
if you
free
make-
smokes.
I don't think they're free. By the way, like the fact that they're still full kind of kills the argument that if you make prison miserable, people won't commit crimes because still in there.
Right.
Looks miserable. I don't know, man. Like, it's an ingenious idea on this guy's part. How did he get caught?
He must have been just caught. I'm guessing he got caught selling.
Okay.
Right.
There's nothing. Well, there's nothing in the story that says that, though.
But I'm guessing if I'm thinking he got busted.
I'm guessing.
Was
you
his
said,
walker like making a noise?
Right.
Hey, what's in there?
Going down.
Can I just point out that he used a new qualifier that might be the dumbest sentence in the
I
English
wasn't even
language?
paying attention.
I'm thinking, I'm guessing. You said that.
I'm thinking, I'm guessing.
I'm thinking, I'm guessing.
That's how it works. You think.
You don't even know you're guessing.
You
You're
think.
thinking
And
that
then you
you
guess.
are guessing.
See up here? Think.
I may be
See
guessing.
here? See this hole? Guess. That's my guess hole. This is my thinking spot.
Wouldn't it be included in the story that he was caught? The allegations he was caught trying to sell?
Unless they do one of those things where they go into your cell and like
Search
pull
your
everything
stuff.
apart.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right. But then he would know not to have it in there.
Where
Well, I
else
don't know.
are you
Maybe he's
putting
an idiot. I don't know.
I'm thinking, I'm guessing, maybe you're the idiot. Thinking, I'm guessing. Let's take a break. There is a man from Hilton whose name is in the record books.
Record book.
Yes, and it's for a reason every guy would brag about.
Oh.
The question is, how long you can, excuse me, not how long, who you can brag about this, what level of closeness
Yeah.
before they can look you in the face and say, without being a dick, I don't care.
Okay.
Did you see this story?
Sure did.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah?
It's not.
Yeah.
Why are you being a dick already, man? His name is in a record book.
Yeah, how about that? You got that going for
He
you.
does have that going for him.
Yeah.
Why are you such a dick?
This is, I guess because it reminds me of my father.
Okay. Here we go. Here comes Tommy's daddy issues again.
Yes, this is a daddy issue.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 9 o'clock. There is, are you familiar with the website Reddit?
Yeah, kind of.
So
I know of it. I don't know what you do on it.
There is a place you can go called Am I an A-hole? And you ask a question, and it allows all the people on this site to respond.
Oh.
And there's a post on Am I an A-hole that has gone viral involving a man, his wife, his home, his stepson, and his stepson's college girlfriend.
That's a lot to take in.
Oh, the story gets even more complicated because they are doing her a favor and allowing her to stay with them during a traumatic time in her life.
Oh, okay.
And she had some demands.
Wait.
And we'll get into it. Just after 8 o'clock. You already know he's serious because he's doing Get to it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us introduce you to Chuck Zimmerman.
What did old Chucky do?
Chuck Zimmerman is a fisherman.
Yeah?
And back in late June, he caught a 15-pound, 14-ounce fish in Jefferson County.
Oh, Jeff Fish.
That Hilton native, Chuck Zimmerman, set a record for the biggest long-nosed gar in the history of the state of New York. Fun fact, the long-nosed gar, which I was unaware was a fish, evolutionary speaking, are known as living dinosaurs.
Oh.
Did you see a picture of these things?
Yeah. It's a living it's like it never evolved.
I guess. They call it the mullet of fish. It's the same stupid, slimy, gross-ass.
Oh, the big-eyed mullet.
Have you ever seen a gar in person?
I've never seen anything that looked like that.
Did you see the picture of the gar?
Yeah, I saw him holding it up. Yeah. It looked pretty scary, to tell you the truth. If I was swimming and this thing came by me, I would know what the F that is.
It's ugly as sin.
Yeah.
But that wet dino turns out was such a doozy that he now owns this record. And Chuck is in sole possession of the largest long-nosed gar ever caught in the state of New York.
Right.
Why are you making a face already?
Because you're not 12. Nobody cares.
Well, but we're not fishermen in this room, so
No,
I don't
but-
know. It's probably a big deal.
I guess, but
I
like,
just
if it
don't
ain't
know
a-
the difference of like fish, and so I don't know like what qualifies as like an extra large fish.
Oh, I can answer this one.
Yeah.
It's
Right,
the
but I
biggest
guess
ever.
what's
It's
like the
big
next
for that
biggest?
thing.
It's still pretty big. It's 15 effing pounds.
I don't know,
I
yeah.
was cursed. I'm over a fish.
No, but like, and I'm going to do this thing you hate,
What's it?
but it ain't a sailfish.
Shut up!
Oh
you
my
It ain't a
God.
marlin.
Well,
it
yeah,
ain't
he's not
Jaws.
in the ocean.
It ain't Jaws.
He didn't get the record for biggest fish ever
Yeah.
caught.
It's a freshwater scuzzfish.
Wow, you hear that? All you
I
fishermen.
know.
He's judging the hell out of you, saying you don't really fish. Not a fisherman.
Like, you
don't.
hold me up, you little bass, that's great, but you ain't Hemingway on the docks, man, with the goddamn marlin that's the size of 3 of me's.
So you caught a marlin?
No, but my dad's boat did. But we never did.
No,
And
you never
sailfish.
caught one.
Like, when you see a sailfish, when you see, like, a really
Yeah, well, I
beautiful...
know. But they're an interesting fish to look at.
Well, I think every fish is an interesting fish to look at. Like this long-nosed
It's not
gar.
mountable. You wouldn't mount that fish.
I don't know.
Not
maybe
every
you
fish
do.
could be your mom, and I think you can mount this
That's your
fish.
third mom joke
No,
today.
It's a mom joke blowout. We need to unite each other except for when it comes to Tommy's mom, in which case we split that wide open. Fourth mom joke today. Fourth.
Yeah, I'm not. You look like a little kid. Like, this is like a summer camp picture.
I'm looking at...
Grown-ass man with regular-ass fish, I'm not impressed.
Why are you such a dick? He's happy. I would be happy too. By the way, he's not like the typical age, I don't think, of a guy who would like own a fishing record. He looks like he's probably in his early 30s, mid-30s.
Yeah. But aren't you all trying to do all this, like, old stuff again?
Aren't you all trying to do all
Like you're
this,
retro
old stuff
fishing.
again?
You're trying to catch prehistoric fish.
Fishing never went away.
Thing dates back to Jesus.
Prehistoric, yeah, but Jesus was riding dinosaurs through Bethlehem.
Yeah.
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 I mean, it's not like this guy set out to catch the biggest fish. He was just fishing that day and ended up with
he lucked out.
like
Okay,
a
but-
lucky fish.
But when you say it that way, it makes his accomplishment less impressive.
No, but I'm saying like Tommy's saying like he's
Look at Tommy. He's like nodding his head.
No,
yeah,
because
I
that's-
tricked her into saying it.
that's not what you're saying. You're saying it's not even that impressive. Okay, he did something impressive without trying.
If I came in here And I said, man, I went
Yeah.
fishing this weekend, and I caught
Yeah.
dino fish.
15-pound.
And you would
Y'all would
not let
laugh
us-
at me.
No, you would.
You would laugh. Oh, man, did you wear your new hat when you were doing it?
No, that is a valid question
Yeah.
because your hats are so stupid.
Well, I hold my lures in there.
No, I would be impressed that you
No,
caught us.
all of a sudden you're so impressed by me.
No.
Y'all kick my ass around every day. If I come in here with a fish story, you'd laugh
Bro,
at me.
if you walked in and just told me about a big fish, yeah, I don't care. If you
No,
walked
I'll
in
show you the pictures. I think.
But you tell me you caught a state record fish?
State record?
Yes.
Now,
I
you know what
care.
y'all say?
What's that?
Doesn't even count. Weren't even trying. Not even a fisherman.
But that's your argument. What is your argument?
You're trying to praise this guy, but if it was me, you'd laugh me out the room.
Okay.
You'd say, like, smells like my mom. Where'd you pull it out of your mom?
6.
I'm doing it. They don't count. I'm doing my own mom jokes.
252 WCMF. We're talking about Chuck Zimmerman. He's a Hilton native. He caught a 15-pound, 14-ounce long-nosed gar out in Butterfield Lake in Jefferson County.
And then It
is the largest long-nosed gar ever caught in the history of the state of New York. 252-9263. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
God, good to hear from you, buddy.
So, Tommy, you're a complete dumbass. I know people.
Hold on. That
'cause I
stinger
grew up-
really got me. Give me a second, man. I got to catch my breath.
I know. It's crazy. No, so I've known kids going when I went to church that were like 13 or 14. They shoot their first buck and they get that mounted, and it's like a 2-point buck. Like they're excited to get that buck. So if the dude wants to go mount this long-nosed gar, who cares? Who's he hurting?
Yeah.
Like why you got to kill his fun, Tommy?
Because he presented it to me in a news article.
He didn't write the article.
Well, he
doesn't work
posed for it.
news.
How'd they find out?
Everybody poses for their fish. It's a state record
Well, okay,
fish.
To your point, like, do you have?
If it was a church gar, maybe I'd be more impressed.
Church gar.
No, it's just like people get proud of the things that they accomplish. I'm sure that guy's been fishing since he was like 5 with his dad, and this is the biggest fish he caught. Sorry. But yeah, let the dude be happy.
Yeah.
What about my happiness?
No, nobody wants you happy.
No,
Everyone wants you
nobody
miserable.
cares.
I want to make fun of your
No.
stupid, ugly fish that you probably can't even eat.
So, Ben, as we get away from the fish
Yeah, what's
talk,
up?
you got a tattoo over the weekend. You went and saw Skylar, another
Yeah.
break room listener. How'd it go? We saw the pictures on Instagram.
Yeah, it actually went way better than I thought it would. I was expecting it to hurt a lot more. It felt like...
No, the penis doesn't hurt.
Oh, my God. Are you 12, Tommy? But
Ooh,
yeah.
even Ben is
Double
like
zingers.
maybe- It felt like, I don't know, like a little less than a bee sting. is
What'd you
it
get?
felt
What kind
like.
of tattoo? Something really cool?
I'm going to go now. You're
No,
being
what'd you
an
get? What'd you get? Come on,
Done
man.
at the call.
Bye, Ben. There goes Ben. Ben is done.
So I do wonder, like, if you catch a fish and you think this is a pretty big fish,
Mm-hmm.
but you don't really know what the record is, like, where do you report that? Like, I wouldn't even know what to do first. Do you automatically have to report like a large fish?
I thought-
Because how do you know like somebody else didn't catch a bigger one? They just never said anything
I
about it.
thought you could weigh it with like a scale, like one of those fish scales
Yeah.
right there. And
But who
like,
do you send it to?
confirm
Right,
That's-
like
well,
yeah, like do you have to report it to an official place?
DMC, Game warden,
Game fish warden.
something like that.
Oh.
Yeah,
You got to
I
go
mean,
to the warden check.
I didn't know.
Have that thing measured out.
And then do they come check it to verify?
Oh,
Well, if
yeah.
you have the picture,
They come to your house.
I guess.
yeah,
That and the FBI.
yeah, do they?
Show me your car. Show me your prehistoric car fish. Is that a church car?
Shut
It
up.
don't count.
Gar, not a car. Gar. Gar.
Oh, you caught a car, not a gar?
Gar. All right, when it comes to who you can brag about, right? Okay. He's going to put it on Facebook and brag about it that
Right.
way, right? Okay, that's appropriate. You're going to brag to your family about catching the gar, right? Okay, at the bar. You're allowed to brag about the gar at the bar? Bar gar?
Gar bar? Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Why not?
Now
But
we-
nobody wants to hear it, but
okay,
sure.
but now we're getting to at what point can someone look you in the face and say, hey, I don't care, and they're not being a dick?
Any female coworker
Okay,
can
so,
tell you to shut up about your fish because women don't care about fish.
so work is when it starts.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You've crossed into a bad area.
Can you bring it up if
It's
you're
a no-car zone.
No gar. It's with a G. Gar. Gar.
Gar.
Gar. You
Gar.
dumbass.
Garfish.
Kimmy, if you are at a dinner with your friend and her husband,
Yeah.
and you and his husband,
Yeah.
and her husband starts talking about the state record gar that he caught, are you politely listening or are you telling him to stop talking?
Oh, I'm not. I'm just gonna sit there and listen.
But you're hating it.
it's not. I mean, people can talk about worse things, right?
Where they put the gar. See how long that nose is?
I mean, like I mean, yeah, I don't have a problem with somebody talking about it.
Maybe
especially if that's their hobby. You're probably used to them talking about it.
No, but I mean, it's like this is a person you're not really connected to. It's your friend, husband.
No, I'm not. I can politely listen.
But nobody wants to hear anybody's fish story unless you are another fisherman, and all they're doing is they're going to tell you their story.
Okay.
And they're going to try to, like, fish top you.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about Chuck Zimmerman, caught a 15-pound, 14-ounce long-nosed gar down there in Jefferson County.
Oh, fishing Chuck.
It's a state record long-nosed gar.
Oh, she's a big wiggler, that one.
Donnie's on CMF. Hey, Donnie, how are you, buddy?
Good, man. How you guys doing this morning?
Good, man. What do you got?
So we were actually on the lake when they caught that fish.
You're kidding me.
A bunch of our buddies. So we're from Rochester, obviously.
Yeah.
We have a fishing camp up in Redwood. There's about 10 of us that go up there for opening bass weekend every year, but we all have kids now, so we go the weekend after Father's Day.
Bass or ass, nobody fishes for free,
so
baby.
we're all up on the lake. We're all on the lake on Butterfield Lake.
Butterfield Lake.
I said it 5 times already.
We hear the screaming across the bay, and we're like, "What the hell's going on? Heck is going on over there?" So we shimmy on over. My buddy, shout out to Chad Carpenter. He goes over, and these guys are like, "Hey, we just caught this fish. It's crazy." And he's like, "Hey, man. State record's like 14 pounds. You guys should probably go get that checked out." And they were like, "No way. No, that's not
You
real.
guys should
No
probably
way."
go get girlfriends.
He said they're married with kids, you idiot.
You
We
should
left
check
the
that one out.
girlfriends
That's a
at
big
home
one.
to get away for a weekend, man.
Well,
We get
Donnie,
out in the
listen.
water, have a couple drinks.
I get it. Listen, we actually have
There's a
man
bunch of
waiting on
fellers up there
hold.
on Butter Lake.
We
Have
have
a
a
good
man
time.
waiting on hold who
Tell
caught
him,
this
make
fish.
sure he remembers. He has not mentioned one word about the assist on this state record
The
to any of
assist.
the guys
Okay.
that helped him.
Okay, we'll bring that up, Donnie. Thank you for the call. Let's talk to an ungrateful friend, apparently. Chuck's on CMF. Hey, Chucky, congratulations on your fish. How are you?
Thanks, I'm doing good. I
But this is the
appreciate,
Chuck?
taking
The
some
Chuck.
time to announce this.
Taking some time. Really even preparing the right words to say out loud, Chucky.
Trying to. It's probably my first time on radio, so I appreciate it.
Okay. Well, no, we're honored to have the
Yes, fishing Chuck.
Yeah, okay. And by the way, he called us. We did not book this interview. I don't want you to think we're the weed show. So, Chucky, with all due respect, Tommy is not impressed by what you pulled off with the long-nosed gar.
I heard that real quick, so that's what kind of got me to give you guys a call because, this thing's like, if you see an article, they're saying this is like dinosaur-esque. So this is going to be up in my pole barn now.
You know, it'd be cool if you actually pulled out a dinosaur. That
You
would be
did,
wicked cool.
technically.
Hey, by the way, how long did it take you to bring it in?
It actually wasn't much of a fight at all. I mean, he slammed the lure, but he came
Man,
right
if it
in
don't
with the
put up
reel,
no
so we-
fight, it ain't no
Wait,
dinosaur.
No, Chuck, Tommy's interrupting you because he doesn't know what fishing terms you're about to use. So he's just going to talk over you to sound more manly.
It ain't a fighting fish. It ain't no big deal.
You
If
don't
they
know
get-
nothing
that
about gar.
thing-
You
he didn't
don't know nothing about gar,
He didn't
bro.
catch it. It surrendered. You're like the Irish
I've been
army.
working
You
out
just
my whole
give
life
up.
For this, Tommy. Come on, man.
All right, so, Chucky, who have you been bragging to? Absolutely everybody since it happened all the way back in June?
Everybody knows pretty much, and we've been reaching out to a Buffalo writer. Actually, called me on Saturday morning. He's doing a big article on it, so I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Nice.
And,
Wait,
this
So
is
do you
my
have-
first big fish.
Do you have it on display, you said, somewhere?
Yeah, so it's at Patterson's Taxidermy right now, which is in Alexandria Bay.
The
He's
finest of
gonna have it
taxidermy
done by the
places.
end of fall.
Quality work.
Highly endorsed by the break room.
How much? Because that's not cheap. How much?
It came to be $820.
$800 for that stupid thing?
It's 15 pounds, man.
He's gonna spend $1,000 on a pointless fish.
Yeah, but you have that to prove forever.
It's a piece of history, man. It's
He's
a
right.
piece of history.
It don't even talk. A talking fish you can get 2 for like $30.
Talking fish. Well, Chucky, listen, man, we're late.
Congratulations.
Way to go. Thanks for the call. And, you can invite Tommy over to your pole barn to look
That's
at
more
your
your
fish.
angle. Pat likes
Tommy,
that on
bring the women.
Bring the women.
The women. Chucky, thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. There goes world state record holding Chuck.
I didn't know it cost so much to.
Taxidermy
help
is
us.
really expensive.
Yeah.
Costs a lot of money to look at that fish for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
Speaking of, this is actually a perfect transition, and
What's
I didn't
up?
even mean to do this because, Chuck, who we just talked to, is going to have that fish on his wall.
Yeah.
There's another man who has things similar to this hanging on his wall.
Wildlife.
Yeah, and that has created a problem, along with some other ways he lives his life inside his own home. And I know people want to believe nobody, and I mean nobody, is going to tell me how to live my life inside my home.
Yeah.
And I'm here to tell you, even with this man who has put up a fight,
Yeah.
you're wrong.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. no one is going to tell us we need to change what we do in our own homes.
That's right.
And that person who even suggests it is a dick. But this story isn't about what you have to do.
Yeah.
It's what you should want to do if faced with this problem. Because if this guy wants to put his foot down, very few people would blame him. But is his issue worth the issues that would show up down the road putting his foot down? You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 9:25, 9:30. Only 1 in 3 Americans think this is okay for kids' birthday parties. And 2 out of 3 Americans are idiots because this would make life 1,000 times easier for every kid party you have to go to.
Oh, so it's a good thing.
Well, I think so. Folks think it's impersonal and obnoxious. And I'm saying shut up. Shut up. We'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, Reddit has a section where you can post things looking for people's advice called Am I the A-hole?
So you present your case, and then people give you feedback.
You got it.
Okay.
And one story posted over the weekend has gone viral on several social media sites. It's written by a married man who has a few teenage kids and a 20-year-old stepson who is in college.
Right.
The stepson has a girlfriend who needs a place to stay for the summer because of trouble she is having in her own
Okay.
home.
It's a bad situation. Okay.
Now, the dad admits here he wasn't super keen on the idea at first, but based on how many kids they already had in the house, what's one more? Okay, fine. When the approval was given that this girl could stay.
She's a college age?
She is a college, 20 years old, I believe was the his stepson and the girlfriend sat down with this man and his wife and asked them to change a few things to make this girl's stay more comfortable.
What kind of requests we talking?
So you in a bad way, you're coming to me because I'm like your lifeboat, and you want to pick your seat.
Yeah. She had requests. So you're already upset.
Well, I mean, are they requests that would be reasonable due to like health or something, or is it just you being a little bitch?
What? I thought you were gonna say princess or something. You went with
Princess Bitch, one of my favorite movies.
He went with
but he like whispered it.
He went very southern. Been a little bitch.
Yeah.
All right, no. Here. Well, you tell me if these are reasonable or not. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Here's what the stepson and girlfriend asked for. 1, the reason she had to leave her home, she says, her parents are alcoholics.
All right.
And it causes a big problem for her.
Sure.
And based on her childhood, seeing adults drinking around kids is a trigger for her. She and the boyfriend asked this man and his wife to not drink around her in their home.
Darling, you're in the wrong house.
Request 2.
All right.
The girlfriend is vegan.
Oh, my God. No wonder your parents drank.
This man says almost every family meal involves meat. Now, by the way, this post goes on and on and on and on. He says he's a hunter, and they do have, as he put it, a few
hunter and a
mounts-
drinker.
A few. How's that go?
I'm a hunting and a drinking and a hunting.
He says they also have a few mounts on the wall. The young couple suggested that the girlfriend can do the shopping and prepare vegan meals for the whole family. And by the way, when I say do the shopping, not like she'd pay for it, more like you give me the money and I'll go pick it out.
Wait, so not only is she vegetarian, she wants the whole family?
To
She
go
doesn't want
vegan.
meat in the house?
Not vegetarian, vegan.
Yeah, that's
So, like, you want me, you could cook whatever you want. You want me to eat that because you don't want to see any animals.
Yeah, for everybody. She wants everybody to go vegan.
Oh, damn.
And the third
Now, this
request...
chick wears out her welcome before she gets in through the door.
Before she gets in through the door, Kimmy. And the third request, the couple asked for the mounts to come down off the wall while she was
oh man.
This
She's
chick is-
changing the decor.
She's changing your life. No booze, no meat.
No, not no booze, just no drinking around her.
Well, how do I do that if you're in my house?
Oh, I thought she said no drinking around the kids.
Well,
was
but
her
that she can
trigger.
see.
Okay.
By the way, because she's going to be an alcoholic if she sees it?
No, she gets upset when she sees adults drinking around kids.
Well, get upset, kid. I'm upset you're in my house forcing me to eat Sprouts.
You don't own a house.
Well, I did. I put my foot down in it.
No, you wouldn't.
And that's just it. So here's the thing.
Yeah,
the
this chick's out of control.
The length of this girl's stay would be 6 weeks. And when this man was finally able to talk, he said, "No, I'm not agreeing to any of those
the
things."
6 longest weeks of your life.
He said he was open to a few vegan meals a week, but everything else was a non-starter.
Right.
He then says in this post that his wife joined the side of the kids and suggested they try it for a little while.
Because it's his kid. That's
Well,
his
her kid.
Yeah,
It's her kid,
that's what I'm saying. It's a step boy to him.
Step boy says stepdad.
I want to tread lightly here.
But I'm saying, like, it ain't
Is
his
that a
kid.
snake that you're treading on? 'Cause I wouldn't.
She gonna stick up for her kid.
Okay.
She don't want this crap either.
Well, I can also see a mom just being worried about this girl and her situation. You know what I mean? Like you want to provide a. I don't know where
safe environment.
I don't know. Well, I don't know where she's coming from, but I could see a mom just wanting this kid to feel comfortable where she is.
Okay. All right. So he told them at the end, you can change whatever you want, the way you live, but he will not be doing that in his own
And that's
home.
reasonable.
But after realizing that he is the cheese standing alone, he now wants to know if he's the a-hole.
Well, he's not going to get any cheese.
This is true because she's vegan. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, is he the a-hole?
No.
No.
No, not at all. He's actually doing.
Jinx!
He's doing somebody nice. He's doing a nice thing. And then this kid shows up like she's got some leverage here to make demands.
Okay. All right. So you say there is no way he should alter the way that he has done his thing so far.
No, I mean, do what you want. Eat your plants. Leave me alone.
All right. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Is he the a-hole?
I think he's the a-hole for not even trying.
Ooh.
You know what I mean?
Why should he have to try?
I just think, well, you initially agreed to this, right? Until
Demand
she made
showed
these
up.
requests.
Yeah.
So you were open to the idea of her coming and staying with you for the summer. You at some point felt enough sympathy towards this kid to let her stay in your home. So I would think like you'd at least give it your best shot at trying to make her feel comfortable. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I think like you should still try if you already said yes.
Are you having a stroke? What are you doing?
I may have a stroke here, man.
Listen,
how in the hell can
know.
you be so? I don't know. The word I'm out of words.
You don't know words anyway, man.
Privileged?
Kid can barely read. Did you call that girl privileged?
Yes.
You of all people. So you think that
entitled.
Okay, there you go.
She feels like she's entitled to walk into your house after you're throwing this kid a bone and to set rules and standards. That's entitlement.
I'm not saying that it's not going to upset you. I'm saying as the adult, maybe you give it a try.
Hey, she's 20. She's an adult. I'm not running a daycare
Okay, so then
center.
you should have just said no in the first place then.
Well, that might be the next words out of his mouth.
But you already said yes. Okay.
Well, he can take it back, man. It's not set in stone.
No, look, I'm with you. It is jaw-dropping this girl would have these demands in a place she's...
I would tell my stepson, get rid of her.
It also doesn't say anything about her paying rent, by the way. And these kids are just dating. So look, I think we're all in agreement that the man has no obligation to do what she asks. But that's the easy part. That's an easy answer. The real question.
What's the real question?
In a situation like this man is in, not should he be forced to do it. The question is, should he want to make those changes for his stepson's girlfriend? And when I say want, I don't mean be excited about no meat and mouse off the wall and no more drinking at home. I mean do it for the sake of his stepson and this girl who needs a place to live and his wife who is trying to be a good mother. 6 weeks sounds like a long time.
It is. It's a whole summer.
It's just 6 weeks of your life. Tommy, should he want to make these changes?
No, not at all.
Really?
I mean, I think he's already doing God's work letting this kid stay there.
Okay.
I mean, more than likely, his stepson's never. This chick's not going to be long term.
You don't know that.
You
more
don't
than
know.
likely,
And
she's gonna
that's
be gone.
part of the problem too. Because if this is somebody who your stepson ends up with eventually, this is the start of that relationship, and you've already kind of ruined it before it started.
Good, because that's what I want. I want this chick
No, you
out
don't.
of my life,
That's gonna be a pain in the ass for you for a long time.
and I want her out of this kid's life.
Okay.
I don't want my stepson with this woman.
But you don't have the power to do that.
I got a little control right now.
What if he doesn't want you with his mom?
What do you mean?
Ooh.
Well, I'm already here, son.
So is she.
Who?
His girlfriend.
What, this chick you dragged in?
Would you at least try to compromise a little?
Well, I don't need to compromise. You're in my
No,
house.
you don't need to. All right, so I'll ask you this
I
question.
like this compromise like I'm obligated.
Okay, so let's say you're like, I'm not agreeing to all this, but I will cut back on alcohol. I will let you, plan our meals. Like find one thing to agree on out of all those things.
I'm not.
So I mean, you're just straight up saying no.
You're saying no. You're not doing this for anything.
I mean, I'll eat your pasta dinner. How about that?
All right, can I ask a question?
What?
Can I ask a question? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this post on Reddit, MA and A-hole section. This man, long story short, has a stepson who's in college, 20 years old. He's got a wife, a couple of younger kids at home. The girlfriend needs a place to stay due to a bad alcoholic situation at her home. They agreed to let her stay at the house, but she had demands. 1, don't drink around the kids or her because that is a trigger for her and it bothers her. 2, she's vegan.
Trigger.
She asked them not to make meals with meat. Dad said that's a non-starter. He wants his meat. They eat meat almost, and he wants the hunting mounts down off the wall. You are a man. Oh, so I said I had a question for you.
Yeah.
Question.
Well,
Why you lie?
Well,
Why you lie?
I'm telling right now. I'm giving my feeling.
Okay.
Now, tough inner Tommy would say these things.
Yeah, but you and that's
outer sissy Tommy would not.
Look, you've been married twice.
Well, 3 times.
3 times. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You've been married 3 times, divorced twice. My apologies. And you've bought 4 engagement rings, right? Is it harder for him to give up the things this young couple are asking him to give up? Or is it harder to stand his ground and say he's not changing a damn thing?
Oh.
Because you know the answer to that question.
Yeah, I know. Standing your ground sucks.
So what would you do?
You
back down like a bitch. You said, let me tell you. Let me tell you. You see, man? This walkway is pedestrians. You would back down. And the smart thing to do is back down.
I know, but man, like, it's a slippery slope that sucks.
That's a terrible thing to say about his girlfriend.
But you know what I'm saying, man.
Yes, no, I get it.
Like it makes life unbearable. And if she does stick around, she's going to rule the roost.
No, not necessarily.
Bro, if she's walking in the door like this, what do you think? Let's say he marries this chick.
Yeah.
And now she's got, like, all the rights in the world to just push your ass around. Now she's part of the family.
Yeah, but she's a kid in a bad spot. And at this place, you can justify making Ben, even though I think it's inappropriate for her to ask. When she's a grown-ass person and part of the family now, look, you're on your own, sweetheart. I'm sorry.
That don't work either.
I just did. Watch me do it.
No, because I've already set. I've already set the stage.
Down.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
There it is.
Ain't happening. I feel bad for this guy.
Kimmy, you'd expect your husband to compromise in this situation?
And that boy needs some meat.
Oh, like if there was somebody coming into our house, maybe.
Friend of yours makes this demand really bad spot.
I think like my husband wants to keep the peace more than he
Wants his
is
meat?
willing to put his foot down when it comes to that stuff. So I do think like I said, even if it didn't work out, I think he would at least try.
My husband is great.
No,
not like Scuzzy Tommy.
You just
Tommy is a bad, evil man.
Oh, I don't actually
with
believe
a funny
you.
hat.
I think you talk a big game, but I think you would fold in a second if this was brought up in your house.
I wouldn't like it.
It's no. We know he would fold in a second. All right, folks, we're waiting patiently. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Not should this man roll over, because we all know he shouldn't have to.
Yeah.
Should he want to roll over? Let's talk to Brian, and it sounds like his wife in the background. Hey, Brian, you're on CMF. What's up, buddy?
How you doing?
Good. What do you got for us, man?
This is nuts. This guy should not bend at all. He's already made accommodations just by allowing somebody to come and stay in his house. He's been kind enough to let this girl stay that needs a place to stay for 6 weeks.
Brian, that's
There's
the easy
no
part. That is
other
the
accommodations necessary.
That's the easy part. You're right. It's not should or shouldn't he. It's should he want to, and you say no.
No. My wife is right here. She says the same thing.
Okay, but that's easy because you guys are on the same page. Oh, sorry. Absolutely not. You guys are on the same page about this. If this is something your wife wanted that you did not, hey, could you throw your wife on real quick? You there?
I'm right here.
Okay. If your husband were asked to do something by you that he was vehemently against, you knowing your husband, would he back down or would he put his foot down?
Put his foot down.
So he stands up to you?
Yes, he does.
So you're not a powerful enough wife then?
So what I'm going to say
No,
is
we
that
stand up to each other.
We stand together.
Yeah.
So it's a discussion we would have together, and it's something that we would agree upon because I totally agree with him as far as this goes.
Okay. All right. So they're both out. They're done.
No,
and we're in a situation, too, where we both have children from previous marriages.
Okay.
And we've had our children from both sides actually stay and live with us at different times for months at a time with grandchildren involved. And when you accept somebody into your house and you're giving them a place to stay and they need a place to stay, they should fold into what you got going on. You don't need to bend to them. They're the ones that are in need. And I'm not saying you have to be like the ultimate ruler and there's no flexibility, but you're talking about like my life. I can't have a drink in front of you. I can't cook meat in front of you. That's insanity. No way.
Brian and Julie are out. They're out. Brian, Julie, great to talk to you. I appreciate. Oh, sorry, Julie, you were saying? Say that again?
And to take your wall mounts down after all that hard work you put in to get those? No.
We did find out they're very expensive.
Yes, yeah, especially those long-nosed gar. Guys, thanks for the call. I want to take some more. There goes Brian and Julie. Very happy couple who always get everything right and never have an argument.
Look at that.
They put their foot down with each other, and then the other person's like, okay, this is the end of it. We'll never talk about it ever again. Look, the easy part is, yes, you shouldn't have to do it. That's the easy part. The question is, should you want to do it? Should you want to do it?
Because that means, when you say want, that means have been motivated.
No. Not want as in I am excited about this. Want as in for the sake of my stepson, for the sake of my wife, for the sake of my relationship and making my life easier. Should I want that?
But I don't think you make your life easier when you have to give things up you love. That makes life a lot harder.
So marriage makes life harder?
If I had to give up things that I love.
What man, what woman has never given up things they love in a marriage?
That's true.
But that's between a husband and a wife, not somebody walking in the relationship,
a new person,
and forcing things on your relationship. You and your wife, you set your boundaries up. I understand that.
I love how
punk ass child walks in here with a list of demands.
Bro, you're talking like life just happens the way it should every single time.
No, but I can manage life, right?
You can't. I can't. Men can't. We can't.
Apparently not.
252 WCMF. All right, there's tons of folks waiting on hold. I'm sorry, guys. We're rambling. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tom. How are you, buddy?
Hey, what's going on?
Yo, what do you got?
Hey, I tell you, if this chick stuck around at Tommy's house, he would be mounted up on the wall.
Tom, would you back down if you were in this situation?
Oh, no way. Everything would be staying just the way it was. You want to stay here.
Yeah, it's amazing. We have the toughest listeners on the planet. Let me tell you something. Tom, are you married? You got a girlfriend? What's the deal?
Married.
Married, okay.
Are you staying up to her?
We come to agreements.
So you don't.
So the answer's no.
You weak Tommy. Tommy's a weakling.
Tom, I'm not judging you. I do the same thing. I just don't
Be
get
like me, weak in the knees.
No, but you did the same thing Tom did. And are you going to kill Tom for being you?
Yes.
Couple of Tom dicks hanging out with each other. Hey, Tom, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
See you.
There goes Coward Tom.
Yeah, because I can see my wife going out and buying all these vegetarian things and doing all of it. And I'd have no say.
I think we're underestimating how hard it would be to look a person who's potentially traumatized by whatever they had going on that would lead them to your doorstep and tell them no. Like, I think it's going to be hard, even if you don't want to do any of those things, to look a 20-year-old girl in the face who, like, again, we don't really know what her background is or why she's there, and just say, no, not going to happen. You can take it or leave it.
No. Tommy's going to listen to this 20-year-old girl say, my parents were alcoholics, and it was so bad I had to leave and come with you, and I'm asking you, please don't drink around me. And he's going to go, oh, you don't like that?
And listen, it's a bold thing to come to a house that you need and make these demands. Like, you may think, I would never do that. But again, like, when you're there in that situation, looking that person in the face, I don't know. I don't know how bold you're going to be about it.
All right, 252 WCMF. Let's rip through some calls. Folks have been waiting very patiently. I apologize. Again, talking about this stepdad, long story short, stepson, bringing home his college girlfriend. She needs a place to stay for 6 weeks because she can't stay at her house because of family issues. She asks for 3 things. 1, no meat in the house because she's vegan. 2, do not drink around her or the kids. 3, take down the mounts, the hunting mounts that are up there. Dad said no. His wife said, well, maybe we can try it. Now he thinks he's the a-hole. That was the question. Is he the a-hole? Should he want to do this? Let's talk to, we got a lot of ladies looking away.
All right, okay, that's good.
We got a lady, Danny.
Okay.
Hello, Lady Danny. You're on CMF. What can I do for you?
Hello, I'm with Tommy. There is no way this chick is changing my life. I'm giving her a room and board, and if you let her do it now, it's going to be the wedding. It's going to be the kids. It's going to be the birthdays. It's going to be the graduation.
But so she shouldn't have say over her wedding or her kids?
Oh, no. No. If it's going to be a birthday party, whatever, if I'm throwing it, or I'm even having Christmas, holidays, whatever, and she's going to say no turkey, no meat, that is not going. She could go out and eat the grass, help herself.
We doing it Danny's way, baby.
But we're going to eat.
All right, Danny, are you
Danny's
married?
Club.
Danny, you married? You got a boyfriend? What's the sitch? Girlfriend? What do you got going on?
I've raised 3 daughters.
Are you married, though?
And not right now, no.
Okay, not right now. Okay.
And you know what? I've gone head to head with their fathers too, because I'm not changing my life, and that's one reason why they're gone.
but that's just it. And I mean this with all due respect, Danny. I mean this with all due respect because I don't know you and I've never met you before, right? And I'm sure you are happy with all the decisions you made. But it's hard for me. It's hard for me as a man who wants to make sure I stay married to my wife to hear a woman go, "Well, I stood up to him, and that's why they're gone." That was a quote from you. Like that would make me nervous in a highly contentious situation like this.
No. You get tired of the kid running your life. No way. I'm your partner, not the kid. And if you don't meet me, you're out of here.
Okay. Are you telling
me? And that
me?
meet starts with Danny.
No way. Turkey at Danny's house.
I mean, Danny.
That's right.
All right, Danny.
And we're going to have venison. We're going to have ribeye. We're going to have porterhouse. And I'm going to have my beer. And I don't give two flying what she thinks.
All right, Danny.
She's there short term, and that's it.
Danny, if there are any guys hearing you talk that are turned on by what you're doing, where could they meet you, single Danny?
Wegmans.
All right, go find Danny's favorite. You called it. Danny, great to talk to you. Thanks for the call. Thoughts on what just happened back there?
That's one tough-ass Danny.
Danny is not willing to compromise in any relationship in her life.
Danny don't mess.
Okay, all right.
That's a hornet's nest of a lady right there.
You're a vegan, she's going to throw all the meat in your face.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Kate. Hey, Kate, what's going on?
Hey, guys. I have to agree. I would not in any way, shape, or form be able to say no to at least myself and my family eating meat. I wouldn't mind making accommodations as far as her vegan lifestyle and providing some type of meals for her.
Okay. So you're going to look for the compromise like Kimmy said, but you're not going to immediately look in her face and tell her, go F yourself.
Yeah, I'm not going. I'm willing to have her stay there, and I'm willing to make accommodations for her lifestyle for her, but not for the rest of the family.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Well, Katie, thank you for Kate, I'm sorry. Thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. 252 WCMF 252-9262. Let's take one more call, and I'm sorry. I know there's been a lot of people waiting for a long time, but we got to hear how everyone's going to put their foot down. We have to hear how every single person is going to be. Oh, I'm not doing it. Matt's got the last word on CMF. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey guys, morning.
Yo.
So I had a situation similar to this guy. My wife moved here 8 years ago to be with me from Nevada, and she has two boys. And one of them moved in after a year. Great kid, did what we asked him to. The other one, he moved in about a year after that, and he wanted to bring his girlfriend. And I said, absolutely not.
Great question. Can I stop you? Time out. How old's a kid that wants to bring his girlfriend?
He was 18 at the time.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Sorry.
So he wanted to move here, asked if he could, and I said, yeah, that's fine, but you and your girlfriend have to get jobs, and pay a little bit of rent. I was only going to ask for $200 from each of them a month. And so they moved here, and he got a job. It ended up taking him like a month to get a job, and I compromised. I said, listen, I'll give you guys, a little extra time. She never got a job. And my wife at the time, she's like, listen, if you make her leave, my son's going to leave. And we got an argument over it. But after 3 months of her not getting a job, I told her, I said, you got to go. I said, if you're not willing, because she wasn't doing anything. She literally sat in the bedroom all day. And,
I kind of get that. That sounds better than having to go to work.
Wait, so you kicked her out?
Yeah, and my wife was mad at me for a while because 2 months later her son moved out too.
Oh man, that is a ballsy move.
That's a tough guy right there. That's a but you know what?
I'll tell you,
you want a daddy in your life.
Her oldest son, great kid. I loved him. I wish to God he would have stayed. I still wish he would have stayed because me and him get along great. But I gave them more than enough time to do everything. And, he was paying her side of the rent, but I'm like, that's not the point, man. The point is...
Whoa, curveball. Hold on, curveball. The rent was coming. You were being paid for what she would have been charged.
Right, but that wasn't the point. The point was they both needed to get jobs. Because I told them, I said, either you guys can go to school or you can get jobs. If you go to school, I'm not going to ask you to pay rent. We're paying for your food. We pay the electric. We pay the gas. We pay everything. So I gave them the choice. I'm like, either school, you guys can go to college, and in New York State, it's free for the most part, and they didn't want it. He was fine with working, and he worked.
So did you stay? Are you still with this woman? Did that break your relationship? Okay, interesting.
No, we argued for it, but after he moved out, we had a long talk about it, and she's like, you know what, you're right. They need to grow up, because they
This
stay
guy's
for
the man, man.
Bro, that was
You stood up, she backed down, and you got laid. And you got laid. I bet
Well,
you had
yeah.
the best sex ever after that argument.
We have the best sex every time.
Every
Say
single time.
every time.
Oh, I love how he
He
said
gets
that
it
in
every
any other
time.
context. Hey, Maddie, great story, buddy. Thank you for the
Yeah.
call. I really appreciate it.
Hey guys, have a great day.
Take care. That is a dice roll situation.
Yeah, but he stood up.
Okay.
He manned up.
Okay.
I couldn't do it.
We're also getting one side of the story. I would like to hear from his wife.
No, I think he nailed it.
1 in 3 Americans think that this for a child's birthday is okay, which means 2 in 3 Americans are stupid.
Is it dangerous?
No, it's not. They
Oh.
think it's obnoxious and entitled, speaking of entitlement. And I don't care, because why would you not want to make everything easier for you? This is the easiest thing ever. Next. See you, man. Sometimes the youth will lead us to the promised land.
Okay.
And that's the case here because only 1 in 3 Americans are okay with this. And the fact that not everyone is okay with this makes you all really dumb. And I'm sorry I had to say that, but it's true.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. There's gift registries for weddings, baby showers.
Yeah.
You're familiar with-
There's big moments.
Yeah. I mean, more women, I think, Kimmy, are familiar with gift registries than men.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can't. Is there anything that you guys go to regularly that would have a registry?
I don't think I've ever been to anything.
Yeah.
As a single man?
Yeah,
No.
that has a registry. Short of maybe a wedding, but even there, I'm just going to give you money.
Right.
I'm not going to look at the registry.
Yeah, I throw cash at it.
Yeah. 1 in 3 Americans, only 1 in 3 Americans, say it would be cool to make a gift registry for children's birthdays.
My birthing ass.
What?
A registry?
Registry.
I
So
gotta
you're-
go, because then, it's just gonna be nothing but high-end crap on there.
Says who?
Says every high-end idiot.
So now that I'm thinking about it, I think I've seen this before. It was for a 1-year-old's birthday party.
Okay.
And it was basically
For his needs.
No, it was a lot of stuff that the parents would need because I know he's
All
so.
of the kid.
I
And
know.
by the way, this is spoiled ass millionaire's kid. Oh my god, I had a bourbon. This is ridiculous.
Honestly, I appreciated it because you kind of felt like, okay, well, this is easy. I could just pick something off this list. I don't have to think much about it, and
Thank
it'll get
you.
sent directly to the parents.
Thank you. Look, there's a point in a kid's life where you can give them straight cash, homie. Like you can't. But up until 7 or 8, you actually have to get them a physical gift or else they're going to hate their birthday. And how many grown-ass people know what to get a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old kid?
You go toy.
No, what toy?
Whatever the new toy is.
Really? You know what the new toy is?
Well, I have some Hot Wheels is coming back.
Okay.
I go Hot
You're
Wheels.
going to get an 8-year-old girl a Hot Wheels.
Not Barbie.
An 8-year-old girl, you're going to get her a Barbie.
Why not? It's a great role model.
Eight's
I thought
too
they
old.
changed. I thought they made Barbie good for girls now.
Well, I think Barbie's. I think
She's
8.
got a gig. She don't take any lip off of Ken.
8. I'm guessing your kid's grown out of Barbies, or at least close to.
No, but you should get her a Barbie. Go ahead. Bro, you're an idiot. If you do not think a birthday party registry is the greatest
It
thing
just
ever.
seems so privileged.
But the good thing about registries, most of the time, there is a wide range of things on there. It's not all expensive stuff most of the time. They try to fill it with things that are different prices so that people have options.
Yeah.
For the poor people.
Well, you reach for the stars on a couple of things like everyone does on their wedding
And
registries.
sometimes people go in on group to get you that.
You got it.
Yeah.
Bingo. Did you not think this through before you decided to be angry?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you
the way I do
rather
everything.
your kid got sometimes I'm sure from your kids' parties they get repeat stuff and you're not gonna look at that parent in the face and be like, well, do you have the receipt for that?
Look, I don't care about my own kids. Honestly, my
Yeah.
kids could get 5 of the same
You know
exact
what I'm
thing.
saying? I'm sure that happens a lot.
Sure, it does happen. What I'm concerned about
Yeah.
is saving time getting presents for my kids' friends. Because I'll tell you a story. Let me tell you a story, stupid. With all due respect.
He's talking to you.
If my kids get invited to a birthday party, because
Yeah.
they are now 13 and 11, it is a nightmare. Because they don't want to give the kids money, and they don't want to ask their friends what they want, because they're supposed to know what they want. So the president is a surprise. But then they're not totally sure what their friend wants, so it leads to a 2-hour trip around the mall, walking around to see what feels right. Let's see what feels right to them. Right.
And money, if you give the kid money, you might think that's an easy answer, but you're also putting a specific price on that gift.
Ooh.
Whereas if you're getting a couple different things, I don't know. It feels like a little bit more complete.
It seems like you're making too much. I think you're giving these kids too much attention.
This is the
I think
second
this is more
time
for
I've
the
had to take
parents
my
than the
glasses off
kids.
and look at you with my
Y'all
bare
giving
eyes.
too much goddamn attention. Now they got a registry and they get to
You
pick what
got
they-
a boat.
Besides that, though.
Military school, private school.
New bike.
Hey, military school wasn't a treat,
Boarding
man.
school. Well, if you weren't an idiot, maybe that wouldn't have had to happen. 252 WCMF. Yeah, you brought up the bikes, King skid marks.
I know.
That was what they called it in military school. Only 1 in 3 people say it's a good idea to have a gift registry for children's birthday. So the majority of people are against it. Like we said, it turns out the people, do you want to guess which gender and generation are most against this?
Well, it's me.
Nope. It's boomers, but it's boomer women who are the most vehemently against the child gift registry.
Wow, that is shocking.
Why do you think that is?
I would have thought, guys going, privileged kid doesn't need all this. Spoiled. This just spells spoiled to me. I wouldn't think women would be on it. Women are usually pro-spoil.
No, these are. I raised my kid. Well, you just heard Danny, female Danny.
Oh,
talking
yeah, the
about she
rise of the
raised-
Dannies. I forgot about that.
It's a sense of, I guess, being told what to do.
An entitlement. Like this kid's going to tell me where to go and what to get them.
But wouldn't you ask the kid what they want for their birthday? How is that any different?
I guess because it's more personal. Now it's just like
You don't care.
Yeah, I don't. At some age,
I
just
care
like,
so
let's just-
deeply about this child and the president again. I want to make sure I talk for you. Shut up, you bitch ass, dick ass bitch. You were saying, Kimmy, I'm
a lot
sorry.
of titles to carry.
I guess, like, maybe if I'm
Like
looking
a
at it
lord.
through a mom's point of view, like, is it taking away? Because your kid probably likes to buy stuff for their friends. You know what I mean? And get them something that they feel like is special. Like, I guess you're kind of taking that away from like your kid to give to their friend. That's personal. But I would just think at that point, as a parent, you're so busy, like, make it as easy as possible for me.
The group that was most likely to be cool with it are Gen Z men, and it makes perfect sense.
So that's who?
That would be
You?
people younger than Kimmy and I, but older than like high school
their
and college
20s.
kids. Yeah, 20s.
20-something.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
20-something guys are the
Well,
coolest.
yeah,
with
because
this.
they kind of grew up like this.
No, I
where
think
the
it's...
world evolves around them. They get carded everywhere. They get everything.
I'm not...
What?
No, I'm not.
Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
not going to argue with you. Don't even go ahead. Kimmy has pointed out all of the things. And here's the thing. Even after you hear it and know it's true, you still can't help yourself but make that argument. Kids these days so entitled.
Well, listen, I was entitled, but I was a rarity.
You lived with a bunch of kids that were also like you.
Where?
In the neighborhood you grew up in?
Oh, yeah,
potty
rich
mouthing?
neighborhood. But those neighborhoods were rare. There wasn't a lot of rich neighborhoods when I was a kid.
Okay.
Most people were poor folk.
We're going to take a break. Come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next year in the break room. On CMF. that's going to be a wrap-a-roo.
Adio, Monday Rapper.
For a Monday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's that new hot segment we got going on.
What's it called?
Here. What's Kimmy doing in the hood?
What's it going on around here? Hot segment going on around here.
Oh, a hot segment.
Well, that hot segment tomorrow around 9 o'clock. Kimmy's got a post she's going to read. She's going to remove street names, town references, read it out loud. You, me, everyone that can hear us. We're going to listen.
Have to listen.
We're going to figure out, because we know every stereotype about every town, village, community in the greater Rochester area where they whining. We'll do it just after 9 tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who, as much as she wouldn't like it, says she would make sacrifices.
I'd try.
For
Try it out.
Sake of her family.
Yes.
For Tommy Belay, you disgust me.
I try.
Come on down here.
I'll give it a good try.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you what to do until my wife says she's serious, in which case I'm going to shut up. I will shut my mouth. My name's Pat W. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.